All right. What's up, boys? We are finishing getting Warrior and Necro to level 50. And then we're going to slap the Shaman on this thing. Do to level 50. We were doing a bunch of testing at 46, which is not... It's fun, but it's not super relevant to what people actually are going to want to care about when it's... But it's not super... Are we back? Okay. Nope. Okay. Now we're back. My streaming software just died a little. What up, Hinterland? How you doing? Can you guys hear me? I may have to restart. How are we looking over on Twitch? It's about to serve everyone on Twitch another round of ads. That's so annoying. Okay, I think we're good now. My chat software is not working, but I guess I'll just have to look at the screen. What up, James? Debating on leveling workhorse build first and the fun build first. Well, which one's which? Because I mean, there's leveling workhorses and then there's raiding workhorses. You could do. I think the leveling workhorse builds kind of are the fun builds. Do like some crazy druid AoE builds, like druid bard wizard or something. I think those are really fun. Tough to raid with, but fun to level with. Shaman Necro Warrior, D4 Monster, or Shaman Rogue Ranger. Fun. Also a blender. Are you going to mess with bows at all on the Ranger? I actually think leveling with bows could be kind of cool. You don't have to worry so much about like defensive stances and stuff while leveling. You just stay in range stance the whole time and blow stuff up. You could raid with Shaman Rogue Ranger. You could even raid all the way up to D4 with that. It would take some gear. You could make that work. What up, Bolt? How you doing, man? It's been a fair amount of last week leveling, fletching, and testing. What do you think so far? I've seen some interesting bow parses. I think it might be one of the more underrated builds right now. Need some help? Who knows? I think we'll have a larger patch dropping. I saw a parse of a guy doing 120 DPS with just the bow. He did have a +5 sky bow, so that's pretty, you know, that's pretty advanced, but that's not bad for just auto attack damage. That's not bad. That was still, you know, that was before adding the shaman dots or kicks or anything else. Let's get a few more people in here. I'm going to change UIs. I want your guys' feedback. Let's see if we like the other one better. I've been slowly holding out, but I think it might be time. There's some perks to running the other UI. You can like actually see the names of the spells. It's not just like 6 different skull icons that all look identical. Why is the golem spiteful? That's a really good question. You would think that a golem wouldn't have that much emotion to hold on to. You think it'd be kind of matter of fact, you know? Oh, I need this! I've been trying to get this helm the whole game. That's 11 more AC at +1. We do lose some strength and some resist, though. That's okay. Oh, look at me. I haven't played Helmet. Now I kind of wish I was a dwarf. We'd look way cooler. We would look way cooler. Maybe I should, maybe I should roll Enchanter on launch just so we can have illusions. Just so I can look like a dwarf. I could also just start as a dwarf. I don't think I can do it. The frontal stun immunity is so good. Okay, we don't really want to be fighting these guys like out in the hallway like this. This is a good way to get a ton of ads. Oh, I'm rooted. These things do be resisting a lot. Oh my goodness. Okay, can I dot the rat maybe? I guess I should just spam life tabs. I use Heroic Leap and my pets still get bombed. Okay, there we go. We gotta do some DD, I guess. Yeah, come in here. Come in here. Come away. Come away from all that. The pet's pretty good now with the focus. He's pulling 60 DPS from his trash bombs. Probably be a little bit lower on bosses. But he doesn't have any kind of like special gear or anything. So Ranger Endurance Regen is actually very helpful with Rogue. Yeah, you don't get it to level 50 though. And it doesn't stack with the Shaman. So getting 1% per kill. We gotta kill 27 more guys. Ooh, let's get a little healthy before we go up there. Okay. I didn't wait long enough. Got Earth Pet to R10 and it's doing about 40 DPS and D4 any. Kind of underwhelming, right? Have you leveled up the water one? I think the water pet was doing 40 DPS before I even upgraded it. No real stat change from R8 to R10 with focus. It maxes out, right? Because of the level. Doesn't it max out at like +8? So you went and farmed enough motes to get that thing all the way to rank 10? That's crazy. How long did that take? I still don't have the Indicolite chest piece either. Indicolite. We looked it up the other day, how to pronounce it. I'm still using Lustrous Russet, which was honestly kind of a lucky drop as well. I think last beta, I just didn't have a good chest piece the whole game. I got Lustrous Russet from one of these chests. The chests, so they drop chests, you get it? Water was crap, it attacks too slow. What do you mean it attacks too slow? Wouldn't they all attack at the same rate? Yeah, were you letting it backstab? Attacks too slow. Ranger has attack boost, so it attacks faster. I don't think that's how that works, though. I think the attack boost just gives it... First of all, I don't know. I don't know if the pets inherit like the AAs of that class. That's a big assumption. I'm not sure how any of that works because like a monk pet doesn't even mend. I don't think they necessarily. I don't think it goes that deep in terms of like the classes that the pets get. But also, even if it did have the ranger attack bonus, that would just be accuracy. That wouldn't be speed. You should be able to haste cap your pet pretty easily with, what's it called? The magician buff, burnouts. That should very easily get your pet to haste cap, no matter which type of pet it is. So they should all be attacking. It'll take the attack speed from that and the attack speed of the weapon you get. I don't think the class should matter at all. Water hits 3 hits a round and ranger gets 5+. I don't know what to make of that. I'd have to look at it. So you have the parse for that? Maybe there's something hidden going on then? Yeah, the water pet cannot frontal backstab. Apparently, pets used to be able, like rogue NPCs in general, EQL used to be able to front stab. A couple betas ago, and they got rid of that because people hated it. They didn't like getting face front stabbed by the mobs. What up, genius? Dwarf easy to unlock. Oh, it's easy to unlock eventually. $50 plat to buy killer nuts. Yeah, I might just level with the ogre and then immediately go unlock dwarf like at level 46. Once I have enough AAs to unlock steadfast will, then I won't care as much about being ogre. We might just do that. I still think I might end up just playing enchanter though. It's so good. Paladin, enchanter, shaman, boys. I think that's the build. I think that is still the build. Get in there. Don't know what to do. The week EQL is down. I suggest an indie Steam game named Aaron Shore. Oh, I know about Aaron Shore. That's like the solo MMO. Is it actually good? I saw some videos on that, and honestly, it seemed gimmicky to me. Also, Warrior Necro Shaman having trouble with what Necro is bringing to the equation. Talk me off the ledge. Well, it's increasing your dot damage from the Shaman. The Shaman's giving you extra crit damage, and the Necro is giving you extra crit chance for your dots. So you're getting probably something like 20% more dot DPS from the Necro. You're getting a bunch of mana regen from Lich. A huge amount of mana regen, which you're going to need in those longer fights, especially if you are multi-dotting. You're getting a stronger pet. The pet I have right now with mediocre gear is doing like 60 DPS. We're going to see at 50 what he does to a boss, or what he does to like a D4 boss in a little bit. I got to get 20% more experience. But the pets, the Necro pet should be stronger than the Shaman pet. You can give the Necro pets the Shadow Knight one-handers. Which should make it crazy strong. See, I don't have like really any great weapons for mine yet, but yeah, better weapon choices for your pets. In addition to the thing just having good stats compared to the Shaman one. You get some extra debuffs for the bosses. You get a Systole, which is really good. Reduces the boss's strength and AC. And then you get... what's the other one? Is Incapacitate Necro, or is that Shaman? Maybe that's Shaman. Okay, just kidding. That's Shaman. What else do you get? It's really the dots and the mana and the pet. I would say those are the big things that it brings to the table. I'm not totally confident that it's the best third. It is hard to think of something better, though. I mean, you could go with, like, a monk and just get more white damage. And I'm sure once you get geared up, that's probably stronger than the Necro, but who knows how long it takes for that to be the case. You probably have to have, like, some pretty juiced up sky weapons. Might die right now. Pal Enchanter Monk is tempting. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is you could drop Necro for Enchanter, which is what I'm thinking about doing. But only if you're going to Charm. But if you don't mind Charming, it's so strong. It's a lot more effort, but it's so strong. I'll miss the Shaman buffs. The fun factor of Paladin Monk melee beatdown sounds great. It's cozy too, dude, because you have Lay on Hands and you have Mins. You're using Mend while you're waiting Lay on Hands to come back up. It's very cozy. Even while leveling, like, you're just chain pulling, and you hardly ever have to, like, stop and med or stop and, you know, wait for your out of combat region. I go in Paladin Enchanter Monk at launch. Maybe, or I might go Paladin Shaman Enchanter. Shaman has just become, it's become so undeniable playing at this beta. What I'm hoping happens, I'm hoping that they hit Shaman with some, like, really hefty nerfs right before launch and make it so that it's not so mandatory. It's just so much stronger than every other class in the game, and, like, not by a little bit. It's like not by a little, it's like twice as good as every other class in the game. So it's very hard to just be like, oh, I'm not going to play that. I mean, how casual do we want to be? If I'm just going to play, you know, any goofy fun build, then it doesn't really matter. But if I'm, like, actually going to try to be one of the first people to clear bosses and stuff, then not playing Shaman is just a huge throw. Water does more damage, but it's not as you would think. BS scales weird. Yeah, I think my backstabs were doing like 160. You can't really scale them. No matter what weapon I gave them, the backstabs didn't go up. I didn't test it extensively, but I did try all the different mage pets against Inaruk. And water was definitely the best. I didn't look super closely at how many attacks per round they're getting, though. I don't know why Ranger would be getting more attacks per rounds. Unless you're counting, like, kicks and stuff. Dumped R8 on Sword of Rune, and it's total crap. Big waste, had to test for beta. Is that one of the Magician nukes? Any plans on checking out Monsters and Memories when it releases in EA in October? Probably. Yeah, I played a lot in the alpha and beta. I really like the PvP servers on Monsters and Memories. I am kind of worried that they've ruined them with recent changes, but I'm going to give it a try. I'll give it a proper try in EA. Kicks do a decent amount of damage, kick and bash. So the ranger pet is bashing while dual wielding, or because you gave him a two-hander and he's bashing with that. It's crazy because Shaman has become powerful in every EQ expansion and gets really crazy. Yeah, it's. I think it gets even worse in Kunark, right? After going 50 with Monk and Beta, it will be hard to go back to a 3-second FD. I get anywhere so quick with that, it's so broken. Well, most places you can just invis, at least at the higher levels. When you get like greater invis, you can just run past stuff. How long was your fastest leveling progress from 1 to 50? I don't know. I didn't track it that closely, to be honest. I wasn't really trying to like go full throttle when it comes to leveling. I was kind of exploring and checking out the revamp zones and seeing what new loot they added. I wasn't trying to just like full gun it. Whoa, I didn't know that Spike Golem was coming. Also, I don't, like, what actually is this pet AI? How could he possibly have selected that cleric as his target? It does not make any sense. Can someone explain to me how a pet AI works in this game? I'm like 200 hours in and I have no conceivable idea of how the pet makes its decisions when it comes to things like that. Does it literally just like choose something random off the threat table? I don't get it. I don't remember pets in actual classic EQ being that stupid. It's like they did something to make them like, I don't know. Well, now he's dead, so. Can you discuss the overlaps between Shaman and Enchanter? Yeah, they overlap on like everything. That's why I didn't do it initially, because I thought they were going to overlap too much. But Shaman is just so strong that it doesn't matter if you overlap with all the hastes and slows and stuff, because it still has dots, it still has Puma. It still has the best stat buffs in the game. It still has Cannibalize. Like, yeah, despite all the overlap, there's so many extra things that Shaman gets that it's still worth adding to an Enchanter comp, even if you're already running Enchanter. Now, if you look at it in reverse, like, is Enchanter worth adding to a Shaman comp? I would say only if you're Charming. If not, Shaman pretty much does everything you need the Enchanter to do. You still get Mez, which is really nice. And you get Clarity, but you can get that from Lich instead. That's why we ended up going with Necro. What's the start on Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter? Ogre, Shaman, Paladin, take Enchanter at 10? No, from 1 to 10, you completely ignore your main comp. You can change all of that stuff freely before level 11. So you start as like a Beast Lord or a Warrior, and then you add Magician or Wizard as your secondary, and then you blast to level 10, and then right before you hit level 11, that's when you swap everything. So if you're Ogre, you would start, I would probably say, I mean, it doesn't matter. You could do Warrior plus Magician, or you could do Beast Lord plus Wizard, whatever your preference is. I think they're both about the same. Wizard might be a little more fun. Druid, Bard, Warrior feels good at the first start with no gear. Yeah, I think Druid and Bard are both incredibly good leveling classes. Bard does take a minute to come online. 1 through 20, Bard feels a little weak. But yeah, just as an overall leveling spec, anything with Druid's going to do well. Anything with Bard's going to do well. Warrior, of course, is kind of just like good all around. Titan Artificial, very low on intelligence. They seem to do whatever you don't want them to do. Yeah, it's like noticeably bad. It's like they... like the amount of times that it targets something that I'm not targeting, or that I'm not... Like, it refuses to assist me. It's almost like they coded it to, like, not assist you. It's so fascinating to watch the pet. Using Blood Moon and Flamefish. You're using it, or you're talking about the pet still? Where did this spike golem come from? Zorian, help me! You see this guy? He just watched me. He's watching me die. Zorian! Oh, he's a racist XR, that's why. You guys see that racism he just hit me with? Best Enchanter Pet charms are 36 minutes, no dire charm? No, your charm's never going to last 36 minutes. I think the most it theoretically could last is like 15 or something, but it won't last that long, ever. It'll always break. If you get like 3 minutes out of a charm, that's good. You're happy with that. As long as it's not breaking like once a minute, you're pretty happy with that. I wonder how much the extra mana pool from Shaman Enchanter affects Paladin Smite as opposed to Monk. You wouldn't get any mana from the Monk, but Paladin has its own mana pool. So, I don't know. I never tried adding a caster third. When I was doing Paladin Enchanter, I always had it combined with another melee. So, I was smiting for like the low 300s with, you know, mediocre gear. I don't know what happens if you stick a shaman in there. I mean, it should increase the mana pool considerably. So, but then again, like I was thinking about this, the math on smite doesn't really make sense, right? Like it's supposed to be 3% of your mana, so how was I ever hitting for 300? Like, it spent 3% of my mana, but the actual output seemed to be different. Oh, and now he's stealing my chest? Darkest? Oh my god, put the guy in the blacklist. I should have just made my instance. These things run, and they have Sal, and they pull the whole zone. Just kidding, got him. Okay, I need to kill 11 more dudes. We're so close. It's 2% times 3.5. Where are you getting that? Are we still talking about Smite? Oh, is he buffing me? Thanks, bro. I'm only going to be here for like 5 more seconds, though, and then I'm going to switch builds. He thinks that I'm going to forgive him for stealing my chest now? I was playing with Enchanter, Paladin, Shaman. I felt mana strained to switch to Warrior. Even with all the Enchanter stuff, you still felt mana strained? Do you remember about what your total mana pool was? Doing public hate is kind of fun. Just like seeing everybody struggle. Being one of the people struggling. Oh, I should try to go kill Lord of Ire again. Let's see. I gotta remember how to get to him. I think it was the room I just went in, actually. Yeah. Okay. This time, no spike golem, please. You see, I did it again. He went straight for Lord of... Why? Nobody even interacted with Lord of Ire. Brother, it's like actually enraging. What is the code? Like, what is the logic that he uses? Surprised SK did so poorly versus Kazakh in your last stream in comparison to Warrior. Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with weapon procs being level dependent. You just can't really... You can't really seem to proc life taps on anything unless you're level 50. Which is a little disappointing. Impotent Rage. I know some people who have that. What made the swap better? What pally spell was making it that bad? It's Smite that makes the paladin so mana hungry. You're spending 3% of your mana every 15 seconds, and then if you get a double tack, you're spending 6%. Kind of hoping for a crit life tap. Didn't get one. I think we'll be okay. Recovery stance. If only my pet was still alive. If only my pet wasn't intentionally coded to get himself killed and make the encounters harder. Dude, I would love to just like see behind the curtain and see like what these pet behaviors actually look like. For two other pure casters, it was too much. I'm thinking, so depending on the fight, there's only like 1 to 3 shaman dots that we really need to rotate. Enchanter is really, we probably won't even use the enchanter dot if we have shaman. The enchanter's really just there for charm. So it shouldn't be that mana hungry. What was your spell rotation looking like? Were you running out of mana? Don't let this thing kill me with 1% health. Please. Don't do it. Eye of Inaruk. I just want a blood mirror. Is that so much to ask? Okay, 7% more. Keeping all the dots up, plus healing, plus smite. Fixing charm breaks. You were using Slug's healing, I'm guessing? And then just throwing in superior heals when you needed to. You weren't using Crags, were you? Do you have the pet AA greater hold? Yeah, but I don't want to have to tell my pet to attack every time. That's so many buttons, dude. Can he just do it? You know what I mean? Like when you're grinding, especially reading chat, because then I have to like remember everything. Because he doesn't listen to commands when you're casting, so you have to like wait and do it in between. It's just, yeah, I just like having him do his own attack. I thought the AC caps were so close between War and SK it wouldn't make that big of a difference. They're not that close. I think Warrior gets another like almost like another 30 AC over SK. Warrior also has higher parry and riposte, so you're avoiding more hits as well. Let's see. Warrior AC cap is 459. Shadow Knight is 439. So 20 points difference. Macro with damage spells. I'd rather just keep complaining. Yeah, I'm not really looking for solutions if I'm being honest, guys. I'm looking for you guys to be like, yeah, I agree, it's stupid. You're so right for pointing that out. I'll still be going Jedi, Monk, Paladin, Enchanter. Need that so I can basically auto-attack name mobs on D4, leveling while I work. Auto-attack name mobs on D4, leveling while I work. What are you... Wait, what do you mean? I don't think you're going to be doing much D4 or AFK, bro. Oh, do you mean like... You mean like going back after the fact and like farming D4 Befallen. You don't mean like bosses. You mean like sitting there and semi-AFK every 6 minutes, killing it when it spawns. It's literally a brainless skeleton getting paid nothing. I'm an ogre. I'm brainless too. What does brains have to do with it? This Spike Golem's brainless. He knows what to do. Look at all these buffs he's got. Boycott the game. Boycott the game until my pet assists me automatically. Wondering how realistically I could push Shaman, Paladin, Ranger. You could easily do D4 with that build. It's very strong. Yeah, I wouldn't sweat it at all if that's what you want to play. You could have some fun with the bow too. Okay, 5%. Oh my god, there's so many mobs over here. This would be fine if two of them weren't clerics. It'll still be fine. Let's go. Let's go. Put up some numbers. I'm gonna let my health get low so I can frenzy. Don't let him heal! Oh, I keep forgetting I have Skull Bash. It's so good. Look at that. Oh, no. He's healing again. I can't do it twice. Okay, sick. Valorium Helmet. We don't have time to level Paladin, unfortunately. Wish I could. I would have loved to try Paladin. Shaman Necro, dude. Oh, I would have loved to try that. Horse get blocked. I don't think SKs or paladins do. Let's consult the charts. SKs and paladins do not get block. Yeah. Only the melee DPS classes do, actually. Warrior, Monk, Berserker, Rogue, Ranger, Beast.
I would love your opinion on PAL/NEC/SHM versus PAL/ENC/SHM. Which do you think is better at soloing D4 raids? What about PAL versus War as the primary tank?
Maybe it's time for us to update that text-to-speech. It seems like it feels kind of outdated now, doesn't it? Paladin, Necro, Shaman versus Paladin. Thanks for the bits, by the way, AKH. Paladin, Enchanter, Shaman. So I haven't actually gotten to test Paladin, Enchanter, Shaman. It's theoretical right now. I think, in theory, it could be the highest output in the game because you've got the Shaman dots and you've also got Enchanter Charm. Without Charm, I think Necro is just clearly better. What about Paladin versus Warrior's primary tank? It's another thing I haven't really gotten a chance to test on this build, unfortunately. I'm a little, like, the only thing with the Paladin that you could be a little bit worried about is the mana expenditure. Worst comes to worst, you could always just turn off Smite. I think Lay on Hands is still really good. I think the Paladin weapon choices are still really good. Overall, I do think Paladin is better, but I can't say that I've tested it extensively. With Necro or Enchanter in the mix, your mana situation's gonna look a lot better. I would be a lot more reluctant to play Paladin if there was not also an Enchanter or a Necro in the build. But yeah, ultimately I think it comes down to Charm. If you're charming, nothing can beat Enchanter. If you're not charming, then Shaman kind of does everything that you need the Enchanter for. It has less crowd control, so for leveling it's not as great. Or just for like breaking into fear. There's some situations in this build where I really wish that I had more crowd control. Although I guess I have this Screaming Terror thing. I haven't really honestly been using this much. Maybe I should have. It only lasts 18 seconds though. But yeah, I mean, Enchanter crowd control is really nice for leveling. But if you're not going to use Charm, then I don't think you need it in any Shaman build. Shaman's already going to do all the slows. It's going to give you haste. It's going to give you all the buffs. It's going to give you a lot of what Enchanter would otherwise. I'm gonna die at 99%, you guys. Maybe not. We'll do defensive stance. Recovery invocation. I hate fighting Shaman. See, even the Shaman mobs are overpowered. Nerf Shaman. Another Shaman. I'm fighting 3 Shamans. No one can beat this many Shamans. Yeah, you do get a horsey with Paladin. You get better fashion with Paladin. You get flaming swords. It's really good. You get bonus damage against undead. And late game, there's a lot of stuff that counts as undead that I didn't expect. Like, almost everything in Plane of Hate is considered undead because it's undead and also vampires. You can go to Mistmoor in the like 20s and 30s and just level there. It's super crazy fast. Plus all the other undead zones. Guessing confirmed, you can solo a Hill Giant at level 10 with a Necro for easy race chain 20. He got 70 plat for 2 kills. He just used like Clinging Darkness and kited one. That's pretty clever. I do like that. Where do we see that? Where's the closest hill giant? West Commons? Is that where he did it? The text-to-speech was all. It's kind of funny how, like, yeah, maybe we'll keep it. It is kind of funny how clumsy the text-to-speech can be. I know Warrior gets triple attack, dual wield, and higher passive mitigation. I don't know if that compares to Pally's kit. Yeah, I mean, if you're not combining Pally with the dual wields class, it's you do kind of miss out there. But just using a one-hander and a shield is very strong. Especially if you are playing two casters. If you're doing something like Pally, Shaman, Necro, you're not that worried about your melee damage. It's like a nice little bonus, but it's not a primary. You know, it's going to be like 15% of your overall DPS. It's not going to be that big of a deal. So if you increase it a little bit with an offhand, you're barely going to notice it. Your damage is really going to come from spells and pets and smites. So just having a shield is kind of better anyways. Or if you want, you know, if you just want vibes, then you just throw the two-hander on because it's flaming. It's the only class that gets a flaming two-hander, and hopefully with the ornamentation system, they'll let us take the graphic from Fiery Avenger and put it on other two-handers. But even if it doesn't, Fiery Avenger's pretty good. Has the Promise Renewal clicky, although you can take that off and put it on other Pally weapons too. You guys think I'm gonna die here? Alright, level 50. Let's go do a... Oh. I keep forgetting there's... How do you just, like, leave a public plane of hate instance? I never know how to get out of here. Do you have to gate? How did people leave plane of hate back in the day? I gotta walk all the way back down here from North Row. You literally just have to gate? Yuck. As far as a higher passive mitigation, I don't think it's going to outclass Lay on Hands. Although Warrior does get some regen of its own that adds up. It doesn't quite add up to a Lay on Hands, but it's pretty good. Having Warrior regeneration is kind of like having like half of a Lay on Hands. It's actually quite a lot of healing. You just don't notice it because it's, you know, it's a regen tick. It's not like a big burst, but it does add up really good. I like Warrior. I just think if I'm playing with two casters, it really just comes down to mana. It really just comes down to mana. If I have enough mana for the Paladin to smite, I think that's going to be better. If not, I would rather have the Warrior and just have kind of, you know, some better white damage and some better sustain without having to use Smite or Lay on Hands, like without having to worry about those. Because Lay on Hands cooldown, if you're not smiting, is going to be too long to be useful. You're really only going to get one use out of it per fight if you're not smiting. But I mean, if you're just leveling in undead zones, the extra damage you get from those from Paladin is significant. It's almost certainly more than what you get from Warrior, especially if you're using something like a Ghoulbane. So the Warrior really is only going to pull ahead at endgame with really good weapons, and even then Paladin kind of has better weapon choices, although the Warrior has a pretty good two-hander from Sky, so you could use that. But Advancement is pretty juicy. It is. Yeah, it's really good. We stay with Nerf Shaman. I'm tired of it being BIS in every single serious build. Yeah, me too, dude. What can they do at this point, though? They could take Odium and give it to Necro. Just completely take it away from Shaman and give it to Necro. Necro can turn everything to undead at some point too. Kind of. It turns it into a skeleton, but only for a few seconds, and it doesn't actually seem to make it undead. Like, we tried turning something into a skeleton and then using Shackle Undead on it, which is like undead slow, and it said this spell only works on undead. So it didn't actually consider it to be an undead after we turned it into a skeleton, which is unfortunate, because that could actually be a really fun synergy between Paladin and Necro if you were like turning stuff into skeletons and then blasting it with your, your Paladin Slay Undead stuff. But I don't actually think the game lets you do that. He went over in Wrath and did it? That's kind of far. I don't really want to go to Wrath to kill Hill Giants. I might kill one in West Commons. Of course, Pal was good. Everyone remembers Eridune favoring them. Not in Classic. Paladins kind of sucked, and in this actual era of EQ, they had a 40% experience penalty. Lay on Hands was like an hour cooldown. They kind of weren't that good. I mean, they had snap aggro for grouping, like they could spam, Flash of Light or whatever, but I don't think they were that good. Everyone wanted a warrior for raids because of the, just the better stats. Why is it telling me I'm locked out on interrupt? No, I'm not. Don't forget Condemnation of Knife spells, which that's more undead for proc for Paladin. Yeah, Paladin DPS against undead is really good. Just delete Odium. I mean, it's not even the best dot. The Plague and Infinite Bolt are both better. Shaman is the only S tier class in the game, by far the best class. Muppets on Discord tried to disagree for a week. I made a tier list just for fun, and I didn't put Shaman in S tier. I put Paladin, Monk, and Enchanter in S tier. And then I put Shaman in double S tier. Okay. We have to go back again. I was supposed to swap loadouts. Why don't you guys tell me to swap loadouts North Road? Oh, we have to run again? Ugh, we're going to be running all day. And it's your fault. Enchanter isn't S tier. Are we trolling? If you're doing it wrong, it's not S tier. Enchanter has the highest DPS in the game. Okay, let's go with Shadow Knight, which means... Yeah, I can just swap to this one. And then we can run faster. In Classic, they got FA to make up for being in worst class. Any conclusions to your title, mulling over these same options, along with SK Shaman Berserker? I would probably... Berserker is in a weird spot. Like, it's good for leveling, but kind of falls off for rating. And then once you're really geared, and it's like late game, Berserker like comes back and starts being really good again. This build here is kind of the opposite. Like, honestly, tank shaman necro for leveling is not. It's not like super amazing. You don't really have any AoE. Dots are kind of not good until the 30s. You've got the pet, which is nice. But yeah, there's much better leveling builds. But then at endgame, it's crazy strong. It's one of the strongest. Would Paladin be good with Shaman Necro? Since Necro can turn stuff to undead for Smite. I don't think that the Necro can actually turn stuff to undead. I don't know what that spell does. It seems to be cosmetic. It'd be cool if they actually made it do that, but I don't think it does. So I did a bunch of D4s at 46, and at 46, the warrior is clearly better. There's no contest. Vampiric Embrace, which is kind of like a key Shadow Knight ability that you boost with AAs to make it twice or to make it like 3 times as good. It will not proc on targets that are significantly higher level than you, which probably kind of sucks for leveling too, honestly, if you're killing reds. But it's very noticeable in bosses. We had numerous boss fights where it did not go off a single time. So it's totally useless, and you're just better off using Warrior. Harm Touch sucks. Reeve sucks. Yeah. We're gonna try again at level 50 though. Now that we hit 50, we're gonna see if it's we're gonna see if it's worth using. How's Warrior DPS versus Shadow Knights? Well, Shadow Knight gets better weapons, but Warrior gets triple attack and dual wields. So it's usually going to be better. If the Shadow Knight is using Reeve, then that can be a lot of extra damage, but it's damage that you're dealing to yourself as well, which is not the best kind. You'd prefer damage that doesn't also hit you back, you know what I mean? On some Monk, Shaman, Necro, leveling, and endgame. Monk, Shaman, anything is really strong. You'll have a blast. Necro for that one is... I mean, it's good because it boosts the Shaman dots. It gives you mana. Like, Shaman Necro just in general is really strong. Shaman Monk together is really strong. So... yeah, it'll work. If you're trying to make something more melee heavy, you could drop the Necro for another melee class too. But if you want to be a little more caster heavy and just have the Mend for kind of some extra, or have the Monk there for just like Mend and a little bit of, you know, like kick damage and stuff, then it kind of depends on which direction you want to go. But yeah, it'll be really strong. For leveling, it'll be okay. Monk is a really good leveling class. Shaman and Necro are, like I said, they're kind of single target builds. So for leveling, they're all right, but there's better leveling builds. If you're you would want to pretty much just be like trying to kill stuff that was 5 to 8 levels higher than you most of the time to kind of like make up for the fact that you can't really do any AoE. Do you use Indicolite Lustrous on the warrior? Is there higher AC items for some slots? Uh, there's a couple things. The gloves from Fear are better than Indicolites. I don't think any of the other slots. I mean, technically, you could use Slave Trammels instead of the boots. I think the boots have good stats, though. Yeah, I think in Dicolite is pretty good because it's just visible pieces, right? Yeah, unless you get like a really specific drop off of like a boss, or maybe there's like one or two sky pieces that are better. But yeah, pretty much that's what you're going to be using. Lustrous is I believe Lustrous is nerfed a little on this server because chain classes can use it too. So I think they took the AC on it down a little bit. I think Indicolite is just better. You established that Puma and Vamp can both proc. No, we'll have to try that right now. What's good AoE leveling for 3 to 5 mobs? Most AoE that you're going to use has a cap of either 4 or 8 targets. So if you are AoEing, usually you're pulling 4 things at a time. Sometimes you can go crazy. It kind of depends on what you're doing. Depends on if you're running Bard or not. So I'll choose SK and bank on the fact that they get dope weapons and plus int gear. Plus int gear. I don't think that's even like... Everyone gets plus int gear. I mean, itemization and and classic is all over the place. Like warriors get plus int gear. I don't think that the Shadow Knight has any kind of special access to plus int gear. You think they'll get buffed eventually? I mean, if we're gonna pick classes based on what we think is gonna get buffed in the future, then yeah, that's one thing. But as it is right now, I don't think Shadow Knight's very good. Even Valorium has plus int. Nobody wants to be a smart paladin. I'd imagine SK and War will both receive a nice bump with Kunark. Warrior and Kunark is fantastic, dude. Kunark melee weapons are sick. Yeah, melee gets a big come up in Kunark. I don't late when you hit 50, do you get a free class change? Yeah. So you can change your second and third classes whenever you want. And before level 11, you can change your first class as well, as long as it matches your race. So here's what it looks like if you haven't seen it before. You have your race. You pick this at character creation. In order to unlock more of these, you either buy them from the cash shop or there's quests that you can do to get your faction up, and that'll unlock them as well. Some of the unlocks you can do early, some of them you can't. Ogre's really hard to do early. But like Dwarf or Human or Dark Elf, those are all kind of like easy to do somewhat early in the game if you do want to have a different race available. So you get your race at character creation. Your primary at first, when you're like level 10 or lower, you can change your primary, but it still has to match whatever race you have. But you can always choose whatever you want for the secondary. Like these are all available here. So you can keep changing these as much as you want. Each of the classes has its own level. So whatever the lowest level of your trio is, that's what level you are. So if you level all the way to like level 40 and you're like, I don't like this, I'm going to play warrior instead of rogue, and your rogue's level 10, all 3 of your classes go back to level 10. Now they still stay, like it still keeps track of what they were here in case you swap back. But whatever the lowest of your 3 classes in the trio is, that's now your character's level, and you got to level again. Which can be a good thing too, because playing again at the low levels is really good for AAs because you're killing so fast. So then at level 50, you get a token, which I already used to unlock a second primary. So I have 2 primaries. And so I can either use Shaman or Warrior as my primary, and then I can pick any secondaries. But no matter what trio I pick, one of my 3 classes has to be either Shaman or Warrior, because those are my only 2 primaries available. Does that all make sense? I think I'll save the Ranger bow stuff when I get some gear. I'm hoping that the Ranger bow stuff is secretly really strong. I've been seeing some signs of it. Some people seem to be doing pretty well with it. Wood Elf, Half Elf, Dark Elf, and High Elf are all super easy. Yeah, but nobody wants to play any of those, right? Except for Dark Elf, maybe. You can also just get the Dark Elf Illusion, but that doesn't help if you're trying to change your primary. I think there is a long list before SK will see any love, like Ranger, Beast, Wiz come to mind. I don't know if Wizard's considered underpowered. I mean, it's got a very specific role. It's not necessarily going to be good in longer fights, but I don't know. I can see some scenarios, either like if you're really geared, or if you're going for like kind of like a fast kill DPS race, kind of like speed run strat, and you're not trying to do these like, cause right now we're doing kind of the long drawn out attrition fights, because that's kind of what feels best in the current meta, at least like until you get super geared, and then you can change up your strategy. But I don't know that Wizard necessarily needs a buff, or if it just isn't built for early rating, you know? Like not every class has to be built for that. It could be something that you do later on, when you're more juiced up, or it could just be a class that's really good at leveling and AoEing, but not necessarily like the sustained single target builds. But yeah, Beast definitely needs something. I think Ranger's actually in a pretty good spot now too. I don't know if they need to do much more to Ranger. XPing on D4 hate, Wiz Necro is so sick. Yeah, even if Wizard is just like the build that you use to farm moats with, you know, and you're not actually raiding with it, but you're just farming D4 with it. I don't think that's this. I don't think that necessarily means that they need buffs. Like that could just be what they're used for. Okay, so let me get back in the mix here. Remember what I was doing last time we did this. We need to replace Venom with Bolt, and we need to replace Scourge with Plague, and we need to replace Malaise with Malo. And then we need to figure out where to put Puma. Probably need to update the buff bar too real quick. Otherwise, I'm never going to remember to do this. Ignite Blood. Against Interrupt, yes. Right? Yeah, we will use this, because we won't be able to really... We probably won't be able to poison or disease Interrupt, although these are leveled up, so I'm going to give it a try. But we probably won't be able to. We'll probably swap one of those for Ignite Blood. And then, honestly, I might just swap the other one for Puma. Let's see if I can find something else. I have not been able to hit any bosses with Insidious Retrogression. Do you guys know if this actually works against raid targets? Like, I wanted to use it for the strength and attack debuff, but because it also has a movement debuff in it, I don't know if you can use it against raid targets. They seem to just always resist it. Even CT, who I can normally disease, I couldn't hit him with this. It's classified as a disease. You need to change Harvest to make Wizard not as taxing in the mana long term. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's if it's not taxing on mana, then like no one's ever gonna play like an efficient class like Shaman or Necro, right? Like you're not gonna need dots anymore if Wizard can just burst efficiently. That's kind of the trade-off. Burst versus sustain. Old casters have decked out like 10k mana. Yeah, I mean just more AC too, right? Like if you're going into a crazy like DPS race scenario, just having your actual armor upgraded, even if it's not plate armor, having your armor upgraded will make a huge difference. If you're actually just trying to like DPS race a boss with a wizard build. Does anyone know if debuffs like listless power rank up the amount of stats reduced? I think some of them do and some of them don't. The spell upgrade system is so like case by case. Yeah, you just have to kind of like cast it on yourself and see what happens. Okay, so we're gonna put Puma here, and I'll figure out somewhere else to put incapacitate. I need a button for this. So it lasts for like a minute, right? Is Puma classified as... Let's see which window it's going to show up in. Puma Ma, 154 damage. Okay, so it's going to go under this. Vampiric Embrace is going off a lot now. These are trash mobs, though, so that's kind of to be expected. Whether or not it goes off a lot on Interrupt is going to be the real question. So if my pets procs Puma. Oh hey, I just got all my level 50 achievements. Will that also go? It says you hit for Puma Maw. So my pet Puma proc is going to show up in the pet tab. Would specifically call out if my pet procs it. Here, I'll just only use it for on the pet for a second and see what happens. But yeah, whoever was asking if you can proc Puma and Vampiric Embrace together, it seems like you can, unless those were all pet procs. Ooh, Master of Spite. What can he possibly have for me? I don't care. He's got Shaman gear. I don't want any of it. That's the Enchanter mob. Ooh, we've improved invisibility to undead. These guys aren't all undead, though. It's okay. We just need regular invis to get past this part. I love the Interrupt instance, dude. It's so much more chill than the Kazakh Thule instance. That place is crazy. Okay, Maestro, Warrior, Bard, Magician. We do need to dispel him. I don't remember what kind of resist he has. I'm just going to drop Insidious Retrogression. and replace this with Incapacitate. They kind of do the same thing, but this one should actually work. Okay, should I put more levels on any of these? I think we should put some more levels on some of these, especially Puma. Puma does 154. Let's level it up a couple times, see what happens. Oh, I have Chloro on here too. That needs to be... We'll use Bond of Death. I think this is underwhelming, actually. Compared to just healing. It's too expensive. Shroud of Pain. Oh, okay. Shadow Knight gets an upgraded Shadow Vortex at 50. That could be substantial. Let's throw that in the mix. Okay, so the main 3 dots are leveled up. I think I might just push everything to level 4. I probably have enough motes to do that at this point. Maestro resisting Togors. Whoa, buddy. We don't resist Togors. It's against the law. He also resisted Incapacitates and Shrouds. My goodness. Okay, I'm just going to sit here and overchannel, I guess. Do we turn Reeve on? I guess we'll turn it on. We should try with it at first. See how it feels. World till you hurl spell enchanter has is crazy strong, 7.5 second stun. It is really strong. Yeah, it doesn't seem to work too well against bosses though. Up to 521 AC now with this. Did it land? Yeah, Shroud of Pain recourse. Lasts 11 minutes. That's a lot of extra AC. So one of the nice things about Shadow Knight is we can pop Mage Hunter stance before we cannibalize. And then we're going to take half damage. Barely even hurts. Really comfy. My can't land like any magic spells in this guy unless we're over channeling. Oh, I forgot about a systole. Whoops. Zobin is not really putting up the numbers. Pretty disappointing. Is it the wrong pet? It is the wrong pet. Okay. Yeah, we had the old loadout saved. That's why. I was gonna say that's extremely low. We gotta fix that. Can pets have 3 classes? Pets usually have 2 classes, and you don't get to pick them. It's based on the summon. So, like the Necro pet is a Warrior Shadow Knight. Mage pets can be Warrior Ranger, Warrior Rogue, Warrior Monk, or Warrior Wizard, depending on which elements. The Enchanter pet is a Warrior Paladin, which is really nice because he'll toss some heals your way. I think the Shaman pet and the Beast Lord pet are both Warrior Beasts. Am I in trouble? I might be in trouble. I might have dotted too hard. Maybe should turn Reeve off. We'll have to see what Reeve does over the course of the fight, see how much self-damage I'm actually taking from this thing. We can't use Candy again, that's a bug. That's cheating. We're not going to do that. We're going to use it every 3 minutes. Okay, let's fix this pets. I also have 14 AAs. We should spin those. I don't realize I had that many AAs. How do you advise for moat farming? I would not bother moat farming at all until you're level 50. Once you're level 50, I would probably get a group of friends and do D4 Plane of Hate or D4 Plane of Sky and just go around killing as many mobs as you can. When running Monk, Paladin, Enchanter, what class weapons do you go with? Monk or Pally, dual wield, two-handed blunt. You pretty much always try to dual wield because the Monk has enhanced dual wield capabilities. As far as weapons, it's whatever you find. The Monk has higher blunt, so if you find a really good blunt weapon, that's good. But Paladin has some slashing weapons that you can't really pass up. Like you wouldn't want to pass up Ghoulbane while you're leveling. You wouldn't want to pass up Aldrin in the game. It's the best one-hander in the game that you get from Plane of Sky. So those are all really good. But yeah, when you can, if all things are equal, you would want to use 2 blunt or 2 fist weapons. But things are not always equal. There's a couple outstanding Paladin weapons that you won't want to pass up. Will this work? No, it won't. Okay, because I have Soul Leech in there. Okay. It's a little tedious, but gotta do what we gotta do. Get the proper pet out. There we go. Now he's level 46. And he's missing a piece of gear. I don't know why. Let me find something to give him. Perfect. That's actually so good. Crushbone gear. Strength and AC is like, I don't know, it's like the only stats I care about. I don't really know even what the other stats do. Stamina doesn't do anything. Hopefully strength does do something on the pet. It's so hard to actually know. I can't give him the cloak because he's already got one. Give him one of these. There we go. He's allowed to have 2 bracers. Sweet. It's always Lord of Loathing. It's never Lord of Ire. Video is waiting. Yeah, it's been waiting for years. Shadow Knight can upgrade their strength debuff from Dark Reaver proc. The self buff won't stack with Shaman Druid strength buffs, though. Yeah, you're pretty much always going to play it with a Shaman. Right, so. How's SK playing versus Warrior? Have you tried replacing Necro with melee? I have not tried replacing Necro with melee. No. There's only so much we'll have time to test before the beta ends, unfortunately. If we do replace Necro with melee, we're definitely going to have mana issues. I can tell already. We have mana issues even with the Necro. So we'd have to change the strategy a little bit if we go that route. I think Paladin's probably just better in that scenario. But Paladin's probably just better in most scenarios. I got Kenny and notice Reeve refreshes it. It's quite strong. Yeah, it's a bug. It's an extremely large bug. It's probably the biggest bug in the game right now. It's definitely not intended. Level 8 or so, the tome doesn't do anything anymore. Well, yeah, it lets you like max out the pet without having to spend so many motes on it, essentially. Multi-class mobs have a higher chance of dropping motes. Yeah, I would farm D4 and probably farm it with friends. I think that's going to be your best bet for motes. Because even though the XP gets split, loot is individualized. So as long as you can kill slightly faster in a group, then you should be getting more motes that way. So Form asked beta to now, what combo have you played that feels the best? Paladin, Monk, and Chanter. Found wants to be solid leveling up on D2 as far as you can. Yeah, you can. You're just going to level slower. I would prefer to just level faster. Loaded the wrong one. I can't wait till I can buy loadouts, dude. Okay, let me see what the Shroud of Pain Recourse actually does. Most fun trio so far has been Shaman, Paladin, Berserker. It gets ridiculous. You don't run out of mana super fast on that build? That's got to be like the thirstiest build in the game. I feel like you would run out of mana constantly. Okay, so we're at 521. Oh, it's only 4? Huh? Wait, does that mean I'm only reducing the mob's AC by 4? That's not even worth using. That was the wrong pet. We don't actually care about his DPS. Let's just look at mine. So Vampiric Embrace did 2,500 damage to Maestro. That's starting to get significant. I mean, it's still not amazing. If we compare that to Reeve, We spent 5k health on Reeve, so we got half that back from Vampiric Embrace. I don't know, man. Reeve just seems. It just seems like it's just never gonna be worth using. So it's hitting for. It's hitting for 320. Converting 3% of your maximum hit points into amplified magic damage. Okay, so what is it actually costing me? Three percent of my HP right now is 160. So does it double it? Okay. So takes 3% of your health, doubles it, and that's what it hits for. Smite must be doing the same thing then. I was wondering about that. So then, let's think about this. If I'm spending 160 health to do 320 damage, in order to recover that health, let's use a bigger number. Let's go with, let's see. I think my superior heal hits for like 700 something right now. Okay. Yeah, low 700s. Okay, so we'll be generous. We'll say one superior heal covers 5 Reeves. So that means we're getting 1600 damage for 150 mana. That is pretty good. Put in those terms, that is pretty good, actually. Let's compare that to our dots currently. That puts it about on par with Venom 3. Or, oh, we're not using Venom anymore. We're using Bolt. Bolt's probably better. Hold on, let me get some numbers for Bolt. It's about 10 damage per mana in that regard. And if we get the health back from slugs, it'll be even more efficient. Did befall D4 from 20 to 30 and then leveled on D0 from 30 to 46, then hate 46, going slowly from D0 to D4. I don't know, I would rather just like race to 50 and then go back and kill things on D4 because you're spending so many extra hours. If you're leveling a D4, you're spending so many extra hours killing slower. And I feel like if you just get to 50 and you get good gear and then you go back, you would end up with the same level, more motes, and more gear in less amount of time. Stances affect the self-damage Reeve causes? I don't think so. I think it's just a flat 3% no matter what. We can't do anything about that anyways. We pretty much have to use defensive stance in these fights. Defensive or channelers are going to be our only two options. Sometimes Mage Hunter. My Bolt 6 mana efficiency plus affliction. My mana cost is 200. 200 mana, 1500-ish damage. Bolt 6? Bolt 6 should do more than 1500 damage, right? The other thing is we're not considering crits in this, so we got to kind of factor that in for our dot damage. But let me see, because it's been... I did some testing for the lower level spells, but I haven't properly mapped out. So, yeah, like Bolt 3... was hitting Mistro for 450. It's going to be 8 ticks. $239 mana. This only costs you 200 mana when you level it up. Yeah, that's 3,600 damage. That's really good. It's still just above 10 damage per mana when we don't factor crits. We have to factor crits, though. Crits are really strong. But, yeah. That is... With crits not factored, that is about how much damage per mana we would be getting just healing back the damage that we get from Reeve. And theoretically, with a higher health pool, I don't necessarily know that it would be more efficient, but it would hit harder. So that is kind of good. And look at the numbers on Plague 3. Unfortunately, we can't use either of these two on Interrupt. So we'll have to... Here, did I Plague? I did, okay. So for Maestro, Plague was hitting for about 190. Oh my god, it has so many ticks. How many ticks is that? That is 16 ticks, I think. That's crazy efficient. That's like 12 damage per mana. So that's our best spell by far. But yeah, it's not going to work on Interrupt. So should we try it? I'm still going to try it. I think we dropped Chilling Embrace from the rotation entirely. At least for Shadow Knight, I'm having trouble seeing why we would use it. I don't think it's efficient enough. It's even at level 2, it's not even 8 damage per mana. So it's like 20-25% worse than our other options. Although honestly, Odium isn't that good either. The thing is, there's some fights where we have to use Odium because we don't have other options. For this fight, all we'll really be able to use is Odium. I guess we could put Dark Soul back in the mix. Yeah, Ignite Blood. This is the one I'm looking at. I think this is pretty solid. Yeah, I think we should upgrade this. I'm going to upgrade this and try it out on Mr. Lord of Loathing over here real quick. I'm just going to keep everything at level 3 for now, just to kind of keep it standardized. But then once we know what we like, I'll probably push these to like 4 or 5, whatever I can afford. Okay, so Ignite 3 is going to be 9 ticks. $180 mana, and then let's see what it hits for. I can probably calculate what it hits for by just looking at my focus effects, but we'll just grab it from the combat log against this thing. Okay. Try to rip his buffs off real quick. I think, do we end up dispelling Melosi with Nullify? Okay, maybe Melosi will actually stick. I know the lower level one, the lower level Malaise gets taken off, but... Alright, there's Ignite Blood. 157. 167. 146. Okay, we'll use 157. Right here. Pet's doing good damage now, up to 70 DPS. Not bad on a D4 mini. Yeah, and then if I just upgrade Superior Heal more too, that now makes Reeve have a higher damage per mana indirectly. Superior Heal's only 2. I mean, we'll pretty easily pump this up to like 5. It's going to be one of the most important spells. Same with Slugs. Alright, I'm coming around to Reeve. I'm coming around on it. It's better than I gave it credit for initially. It's not good when you're level 46 and you're trying to do D4, but you're not supposed to do D4 at 46, so we can't necessarily go too much off that. What up, Beerfield? How you doing? One thing I don't like about running this many dots is they all look the same, and I can't tell which one I need to cast. I gotta pay too much attention. Should we try switching UIs? I was talking about doing that today. I think I'm gonna try switching to the other UI and see if we like it better. We do that right now, mid-combat? Let's do it. Hopefully this doesn't get too crazy. Keep your layout? Yeah. Please do that. Load a little faster, though. I am dying. Whoa! So modern. Okay, now I gotta find everything. So we can make this... Look at all these icons. Wow, look how different everything is. I don't know if I like this pet window. Can I make that more vertical? Okay, look at the different icons, you guys. Look at all these. Are these AI generated? They actually make all these for EQ? Why is it so much louder now? Okay, there we go. We're standing too close to them. These are kind of small. I guess I can see that. Mana tick timer? No, we don't need that. I do like the attack timer. Let's keep that on. Okay. Oh god. All these are different now? Why are all these different? I'm gonna die. still an over channel. We need to be in recover. Okay, there goes slugs. We could harm touch him for 1% of his HP. Okay, I'm slowly memorizing all these new... I gotta see if I can make these icons a little bigger, though. Buffs on top, large target con indicator. I don't know what that means. External cast window. Will that say what I'm casting, or is it just a casting bar? Okay, we'll put that there and see what that does. Buffs on top, definitely. Large attack indicator. Okay, sure. Now, it should be adjustable. Can I... How do I adjust it? It says resizable. Where does one go to resize? Oh. Okay. So all we can only do horizontal? Hold on. Is there a diagonal? Okay, resizing it is... It can only be resized this way. I mean, I guess it doesn't need to be that big. Oh, that's so much better. Okay, there we go. Can you guys see the pet stuff? Kinda. Options has something if you want the old icons. No, we don't want the old icons. I just got to get to know the new ones. I do like having my spells actually have their own icons and not have, like, you know, 6 skull icons for 6 different spells. You see what EQ log parser can do for dot timer overlays and such. Haven't looked into it yet. I think it'll be better now that each of these has their own thing, like Envenom Bolts. Like these look pretty distinct now. So I think I'll be able to see it on the actual mobs bar. We got a couple more trash mobs we can test it on before we have to fight any. You can grab the corner above buffs, but it doesn't get much taller or wider. Above the buff. Oh, I see. There's like a little invisible thing here. Yeah, it won't let me go any taller. It'll just let me go left and right. Yeah, okay. And then that one we can make a little bit fatter. Put the extended target window over here. Yeah, I do wish the buff icons could be bigger. Like, I don't mind those taking up a little bit more space, but I don't think that's going to happen. Okay, now the next thing we can do... Whoops. This was requested. We can go... Small spell gems, spell names. Hey, now you guys can see what I'm using. Look at that. What an enhanced viewer experience. How's SK feeling compared to Pal? I still like Paladin better. I'm kind of coming around to SK. So far, I'd still put it below Warrior and Paladin, though. We'll see how it does on Interrook. Yeah, EQ nag is what you would want for dot overlays. Super clean. Might need extra work. I need like an audio mod. One of the dots wears off. I need something that goes like doom doom doom. Reeve is probably what's eating your mana. It does a % of your damage on land instead of paladins, which does a % of your HP. I think you've got those backwards. What's eating our mana is all these dots that cost lots of mana and then heals. Those are the two big expenditures for mana right now. Is there a mana breakdown? Probably not, because it doesn't say anything about your mana in the combat logs. I don't know how they would parse that. We'd have to do that manually. Okay, so we like Reeve now. I think it might become once all of my dots are like level 5+, I think Reeve might become pointless again. But for right now, with level 3 dots, I think Reeve is decent. It's kind of like on par. It's like in between Odium and Plague. It's not as good as Bolt, but it's usable. It's going to be good against Inaruk because we can't Plague Inaruk. So we'll keep it on for this fight. We probably won't use it against Kazakh Thule, but I think for Inaruk we will use it. How did Verur do? 63 DPS. Now, if I get here, this is what I need to test next. I need to put Puma on the pet and then see if the parser knows. I want to see if it puts it under my damage or under the pet's damage. Okay, it's a little casting and it says which spell we're casting. I think I kind of like that. You guys like that? Makes it a little bit more clear what's happening rather than having it over here. Yeah, it is gonna. So we have Asystole and Plague still have the same icon, but Plague lasts so long I can usually tell based on the duration. Okay, I don't think I see Puma showing up anywhere. What would a pet weapon proc be under? I have no idea what category that would even be in. I don't see it showing up anywhere, though. I actually gave it to him, didn't I? Yeah, okay. He's got Spirit of the Puma. I mean, people were talking about parsing it. Were they just talking about parsing it on themselves? Oh, it's right there. Okay, so it's showing up somewhere. Did 28 DPS that time. It's got to be this window. Maybe. There it is. Okay. So it's probably other spells. Does pet spells have its own thing? Spells, others, pet spells. Hey. Except that's going to show the casting. This is one of the things. I wish there was a way to separate the casting of the spell and the effect of the spell. Because now every time you cast the spell, it's going to show up, which I don't really care about. I just want to see like the damage on the actual spell ticks, but it's fine. All right, let me catch up on chat. Feeling the pain of picking ogre? What you get stuck on a door? Alt B for a nice buff list. Yeah, I might have to start using Alt B until we get used to this. These little. We'll get used to it. It's just gonna take a little practice. There are 2 more windows. One for pulse spells, live bard songs, and another shows your buffs. Yeah, I don't think we want that. It's gonna take up too much space. Watching a shaman heal for 270 and hot for 200, while druid's hot is way more per tick. With a burst more than superior healing is brutal. Druid healing should be better than shaman healing. No, I mean shaman does way too much other stuff already. I was thinking of SK Necro Shaman as well. Any thoughts on that compared to Warrior? I think they're pretty close. I still think Warrior is probably a little bit better. But Reeve in some fights is really nice to have. There's certain fights, specifically in Uruk, you can't use any poison or disease dots really. That might change once everything's more upgraded. Like if I had like a level 8 plague instead of a level 3 plague, then maybe it would land. But yeah, having Reeve for fights where you can't dot as much is nice. Because it's kind of like a dot in terms of mana efficiency, because you're spending health and then you're healing that health back, and then if you convert that into damage, it's kind of like having another dot with a little bit more work. But also, just like a warrior, triple attacking and all that is probably pretty good too. Plus, you get the HP regen for free. The Vampiric Embrace procs, I mean, they're not just healing, they're damage. So, like against Maestro, I got 2,500 damage just from Vampiric Embrace, which I mean, it's pretty good. Like you combine that together with Reeve, and it's not bad. I don't know that it would be better than Warrior still though. Let's see what we got against Loathing. So yeah, I mean it's 6 DPS. Like Reeve is 30 DPS. With better gear, we could get this to be quite a bit higher. Well, not quite a bit higher, but we could get it to be like, I don't know how much HP do you think we have in like actual upgraded planes gear? Plague is about 35 DPS. Ignite Blood is about 27. So Reeve is, it's in that neighborhood. If you are fighting something like Kazakh Thule, where you can land a bunch of dots on him anyways, I don't know that Reeve really brings much to the table. Vampiric Embrace being 6 DPS. Let's see what it was on Maestro. $14 DPS on Maestro. I don't understand why it's so much higher. Maybe just RNG. Yeah, and then Reeve only did 20 DPS to Maestro. So, probably just got less double attacks or more misses. It would make sense that Maestro has better defense than Lord of Loathing, so it makes sense that Reeve would be lower. I don't know why Vampiric is higher though. That's other than just randomness. That's like a big difference. We'll have to see what we actually get on Interrupt. ODM 6 and Drain Soul 6 should be enough to do the trick. Yeah, I'll probably put I'll probably put Dark Soul back on here for any. I do want to test and see. I mean, it's gonna get me killed, but I do want to test and see with the -45 mod here. How am I doing in moats? I might pump everything up to level 4. What is this? Does the Oh my god, does the modern UI not show you your brother? How do I stretch this out? No shot. You can't see the quantities in this version. How do I fix this? I'm an EQ newbie. Had fun playing Shaman, SK Monk in the beta. Any ideas on classes I should try swapping in? For Shaman, SK Monk, you can play anything with Shaman Monk. So, I mean, if you want to play a different tank, you can. If you want to drop tank completely and throw another melee DPS, you can. You could throw another caster in there. You can, like, pretty much literally play anything with Shaman Monk. The only thing I wouldn't throw in there is, like, a cleric or a druid. You can throw anything else in there. Is Puma leveled up? It's level 3. Oh yeah, I gotta see if it did more damage. I don't know if it actually, leveling it up actually did anything. Yeah, it does the exact same damage. It doesn't, it still just says Puma Maw. It doesn't say like Puma Maw 3 or anything, so I don't know if leveling up Puma works yet. You can change your spell icons if you want different ones. Like I can choose a different spell icon. Whoa! Wait, what did I just do? Oh, let's change size. Okay. Assign icon. Look at all these. Whoa. That one. Reeve can double and triple attack like Smite, so if you have triple attack class, you get harm touch back way faster. Yeah, but harm touch is really, 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 really bad and useless. So, do you forget about Puma? No, I was putting it just on the pet because I wanted to see where it. I wanted to see where it was showing up, and also I just wanted to see what it did on the pet. I didn't know if it was going to mix the two. Like I didn't know if the parser was going to get confused and combine them together. But it seems to understand. Like the combat log is putting the pet's Pumas and my Pumas separately, so we should be able to parse them both. You can slide the top of the rows over. Okay, there we go. There we go. Very specific. Every 2 levels of Puma increases proc damage by 1 level per devs. Yeah, I don't know if it does, though, per the game just now. I'm sure that's the intent, but I don't think they've actually gotten around to it. It was 154 before, wasn't it? Drew's the best soloing class in the original game. I think probably Necro and Mage were better. There were scenarios where Druid was better though. Like if you were there's certain areas where you could quad kite or you could charm animals. But yeah, pretty much none of that matters for EQL. So Druid's in a bit of a rougher spot here. Puma gets extended duration by leveling up. It does get that, yeah, which will help because it's a short duration spell. This UI is so sleek that my viewport is showing. I got like gaps between these windows now. Okay, I'm gonna have to nitpick that later. I know you already proved Paladin, Monk, Enchanter can solo D4. Do you think Warrior, Enchanter, Shaman can do the same? Yeah. Yeah, Warrior, Shaman, anything can solo D4. D4 is not as hard as people are making it out to be. If you have a Shaman in your build, you can probably do it. I would not actually play Shaman and Enchanter together unless you're charming, though. I would pick one or the other. KTA beat D4 any with a Mage, Ranger, Enchanter. Yeah. Was that this beta or last beta? He might have had some decent gear at that point. But yeah, I mean, yeah, if you get clever, you can beat D4 even with off-meta builds. It just depends on gear and AAs. I had this all, like, so min-max lined up before we switched to UIs, and now I'm seeing all these little gaps, and it's going to OCD me out of this planet. There we go. We can take up a little more space now with the viewport. There we go. That's better. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll do that off stream. Okay, we should probably... Nah, we're just going to drop Chilling Embrace. So that's weird. When I... Why can't I target my pet? So if I click on the pet's bar in this UI, it won't target him? What, do I have to double F1? I don't want to do that. Okay, I gotta click on... It worked that time. Okay, I don't know why it wasn't working. Now it's working. Maybe I clicked the wrong spot. Okay, now I gotta memorize all these icons. Yeah, this is the modern UI. I just switched from the default one. Oh, I see what they mean about the larger con thing. Is it too large? It's kind of aggressive. Now it's too long. Do you like that better? I do like large attack indicator. Large attack indicator is dope. I wish the other UI had that. Being able to like very clearly see if my auto attack is on, even if it's kind of like in the corner of my vision. I do like that. What build is this? Ogre looks like they're throwing haymakers. Ooh, +4 Indicolite Bracer. Can't use that on this build. Guess we'll throw it in storage. It's a dagger, so yeah, it kind of like looks like he's punching, but technically he's stabbing. Okay, any is Cleric Ranger Wiz, same as last time we fought him. It must just lock in for the week, I guess. I thought it was random every instance, but it doesn't seem like it is. Okay, in terms of buffs, I need to like find a new way of seeing if I'm missing buffs or not. So we've got, okay, it's putting all the stat buffs right next to each other. AC movement. It's putting all the resist buffs next to each other. Okay, enter fire, chloro, alacrity. So this is, I think this is what it should look like. And then with Puma, we'll be here. So a full row, and then we should have 3 at any given time. We should have 3 empty spots during the actual fights. 2 if I've got healing, if I've got slugs. So you should have Puma and slugs. I don't think I'm missing anything else. Am I missing anything else, boys? It's gonna take a little more adjusting still. Which third with Warrior, Enchanter X to solo D4 Cine, NECT? Cleric seems to be dependable but slow, boring. I hope to be charming. If you're gonna charm, I mean, Monk is gonna work really well as a third to most builds. It kind of just depends on if you want to go like the caster route or the melee route. If you do want to go caster route, Shaman is still a really good choice. What else? You could get crazy and throw like a magician in there for the water pet. If you want to go that route, that'd be a fun build to level with too. But yeah, I mean, well, you need heals, so never mind on the magician. Yeah, I mean, you pretty much need a shaman or a cleric on second thought because you don't have any healing. I was thinking paladin enchanter. If you go paladin enchanter, you have pretty much everything covered. You can use whatever you want. But warrior enchanter is different. Warrior enchanter, you need some kind of sustain. So monk probably won't actually be enough. I would say, yeah, cleric is a little too safe. I don't think you need that much healing. Shaman will be enough healing, and it'll give you other stuff. It'll give you dots and Puma. So, yeah, shaman's probably still the best option. Or you could just swap the warrior to paladin, and then you can play whatever you want for your third. Paladin Enchanter's crazy strong. I'd highly recommend it, unless you're really set on the warrior. I assume War versus Shadow are both viable to play at D4, maybe Warrior a bit easier. I think all the tanks are viable at D4 right now. Yeah. Have you considered Ranger? We played some Ranger last beta. Yeah, it just depends on what you're combining with. You could play Ranger in this build. You could go Ranger, Necro Shaman. If you were going to play Bow, you would lose a little bit of tankiness, but you could definitely still make that work. Bow damage plus dots is probably pretty substantial. I just want to dual wield cleave rather than paladin, enchanter, monk, and whether other buff dots, etc. from shaman. Yeah, just do shaman then. Shaman, enchanter, warrior will be really strong. Okay, so we're gonna be setting any on fire. I'm going to attempt to poison and disease him a couple times, but I don't think it will actually land. But we're going to try it anyways. It's going to take me so long to get used to these icons. Okay, defensive stance. We'll open with an over-channeled slow, which is now a hand holding a sword. I guess that kind of makes sense. Hold on. We can precast Puma. It lasts long enough. Where did I put Puma? Okay. Okay, now we'll open with an over-channeled slow. Okay, and then we're going to try to... I'm going to try to land Scent of Darkness. I don't know if it's possible. Let's go back to over-channel, actually. This is kind of going to be more of a test run. Oh, we got it. Okay. Does that mean we can poison now? No, he's still resisting. Let's try disease. Resisted that too. Okay, let's get our first canny off. Here, I might as well get some actual real dots on him. Get these rolling while we heal up. So, Odium and Ignite Blood are going to be our only consistent. We could throw Dark Soul in here too. I wanted to test Poison and Disease though, just to see if we could somehow get this to work with Scent of Darkness up. I wonder how much Scent of Darkness actually reduces resist by. Yeah, I think he's just like Giga resistant to... Oh, okay, we got an assist delete. So, if we level these up from 3 to like 8, I bet it would work. Like, they're landing like 1 out of 5. But, okay, anyways. Let's get healthy. I think I'm going to just feign death and reset this. Do this with a proper strategy. Hey, Vera, can you do me a favor and distract him real quick? One to 10 Zerker Magician to play. I don't know if Zerker's particularly good. I mean, yeah, you can do pretty much anything plus Magician. I'd probably just do Warrior, honestly. But I guess you could do Zerker too. Monk, if you have access to it. Is it mostly better than Scent of Darkness? You use them both. We use Molosi first because it doesn't get resisted. And then we try to put on Scent, but I mean, it worked on him this time. But it did take several tries, and I couldn't seem to follow up with any other poisons after that. Okay, so let's replace this with Dark Soul. Can't do it while sleeping. So we're going to be using these three. Ignite Blood, Odium, and Dark Soul. I don't need Plague. Is there anything else we want to stick there? I have Shroud of Pain. I don't think we need anything else. Am I missing anything here? I don't think we need anything else. Wow, everything has like a weird outline now. I don't like it. It's so different. Now my resistor over here. It's gonna take me so long to get used to. Oh, right. Spirit Quickening. Okay. Let me see if this stacks with... I think it does. I think we can use Spirit Quickening and Augment Death? Maybe not. Okay, my pet's up to 207 strength. I think that's actually less than what he had with Augment Death. Yeah, Augment Death will overwrite Spirit Quickening, even though it's a lower level spell. Okay. Well, never mind on Spirit Quickening then. I'm just doing a quick check if there's anything else that I'm missing that we could use for this fight. I don't think there is. Do we still have... Okay, still have all my buffs on. All my permanent buffs. He didn't remove any of those. Shouldn't need to heal the pet or anything like that. We got the 3 dots that we're going to use. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything to put in this slot. Isn't there that attack steely? Yeah, Shroud of Hate. Okay, there we go. That's the one. That's the one. Okay, I'll lock that in. What's D4 referencing? It's the highest difficulty in EverQuest Legends right now. You have D0, which is the base game, and then difficulty 1, 2, 3, and 4. Cessation of life is good on some bosses. Yeah, he not going to be doing any healing. We don't need cessation of life. Also, I think my pet casts it. You can use legacy inventory layout with modern UI? Yes. How do I do that? Oh. Wait. What did that do? Oh, legacy layout. Okay, I see. Yeah. Oh, that's better. There we go. I mean, it's kind of... That's kind of legacy. It's close enough. He's a Bond of Death. Heals 80 plus per tick. Yeah, but if you do the math on it, it's pretty inefficient. I think leveled up it would be good. I haven't leveled it up, though. I mean, it probably ticks for over 100 with our focus effects. Maybe I'm not giving this enough credit. If we level it up and it gains like 2 more ticks, and then it heals for 100 per tick. Just casting heal twice is better, but I mean, it also does damage. The fact that it does damage is nice. Yeah, I think if we level this up, you're probably right. It's probably worth using. Now I got to figure out what else to put in for it. We can drop Scent of Darkness. Scent of Darkness not going to be used in this fight. Okay, we'll put it here. Actually, I'll put Melosi here. I was meaning to change that button anyways. That's like my muscle memory from Tash last beta. Okay, and then we'll put Shroud of Hate over here. Don't ask me why. This makes sense in my head. Power tap. Okay, and then we'll put... Usually a dock goes here. Not Dark Soul. This is going to be under taps. Bond of Death. Okay, let's save this. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's 11 ticks now. That should be pretty solid. Let me just estimate the efficiency on that. Okay, so it's really inefficient for damage, but when you consider the fact that it's like 1.5 superior heals, then it's a little bit better. I think for this fight, since we can't... Oh, it's got a minus 240. Okay, so it's got like the life tap mod too. So that's interesting. We could probably use this on some bosses that are magic resistant. All right, so this is going to be the real attempt. It's going to be just a little sloppy because I still don't have all these icons memorized. Let's re-up Melosi right away. Okay, we stuck the Incapacitate. We stuck Shroud of Hate. Now we want Shroud of Pain. We get Slug's Healing rolling. We get Ignite Blood rolling. Next we'll do Bond of Death. And then we will do Dark Soul. Resisted Shroud of Pain. I need like an audio when I get Resist. Yeah, because these icons are so damn small, dude. It's really not that much better. Okay, let's re-up Puma. Recovery Invocation. And now we need to spam some heals. We really spam some heals. Let me get slugs going. Let's get Wand of Death back on. It's ticking for 90. That's a little lower than I hoped. I wonder why it's so low. Does it not get benefited by Burning Affliction? Because it's a tap? Maybe it's not considered damage over time for some reason? Okay, now we Mage Hunter into Cannibalize. Back to defensive. Honestly, Mage Hunter generally is probably pretty good here because he is throwing some ice comments and stuff. We could go Channelers. My endurance is kind of getting whittled down. Let's do Channeler stance for a little bit. Oh, he's so low already, dude. What the hell? Never mind. It doesn't even matter what stance we use. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is get him down to like 3%, and then feign, and then go through the other builds. Because if I kill him now, we won't be able to try this again on Warrior. It's Puma again. It's hard to remember to keep Puma up. I gotta do it like... I'm not used to using this. Also, I don't know why clicking my pet's health bar is like so difficult. I gotta watch. I need the full row here, I guess. Okay, back to defensive. We're spending too much mana on channelers. I should have just stuck with defensive. I don't think channelers is a good idea. I didn't realize he was so low. Candy's back up. Have I used it yet? I don't know when I used it. I think we gotta wait. I don't think it should be up yet. It's the bug. Anyone know when I used Cannibal? I would love to use it again. Channelers was a mistake for sure. Is he slowed? Oh no, he's not slowed. That's why I'm getting my ass kicked. Okay. Well, 7%. I'm so not used to these icons yet. Yeah, it's hard to like see when slow and stuff wears off. Okay, that's good enough. I'm gonna go feign death. No, I'm gonna go die for real. Okay, I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna swap to warrior now. I think that was good enough. I mean, we could do another Shadow Knight one. I told you guys it was gonna be a little crunchy because I'm still getting used to these icons, but I think that was good enough. It was either way like. The biggest thing that I want to look at, I'm worried that let's see what it does for Puma. Okay, so I think it's only counting the amount of time that it was active. I don't know how smart it is at doing this, but the whole fight it says with 328 seconds, and Puma only count for 275, so that's probably accurate. 24 DPS there is probably accurate. What do you guys think? Is a Shadow Knight AoE life tap proc any good? Not really. I mean, it's okay for leveling, but it's not that great. If you haven't rebound it, you can double click F1 to target self then pet. Yeah, I would rather just be able to click on him though. I'm just used to clicking on him. Probably best to roll Envenom Bolt for mana efficiency. You can't use Envenom Bolt on Inaruk. He's too poison resistant. Check Bond of Death procs. I think it was just doing 90 damage. Yeah, ODM 65 DPS. Crits for 1150. I thought I could crit higher than that actually. That seems kind of low. Yeah, Bond of Death crits for 300. It only did 15 DPS, but again, the fact that that's healing me is pretty good. We got total 5k healing from Bond of Death. Look at Vampiric Embrace. 1200. You see what I mean? It's so bad against bosses. Like, I think the bosses are just too high level. Specifically CT and NE, because they're so high level. It's probably really bad in Sky too. It went off 6 times the whole fight. Like, it's so weak. You can click his life bar. Yeah, sometimes. I mean, if you look at the screen, that's definitely what I'm doing. It's not always working. How much total healed from Bond versus Slug? Let's see. Slugs did 9.3k. Bond did 5k. Slug should be double what Bond is doing, so I probably just didn't keep it up enough. There's a lot to pay attention to, man, especially like not recognizing the icons. We got to keep him slowed. We got to keep him debuffed. We got to keep him rotated with 4 different dots. We got to keep Puma on me. We got to keep Puma on the pet. I think it'll be a little easier once I'm used to this UI, but yeah, I don't know that I did a very good job of keeping everything up that fight. Maybe not. I don't know. It says that they both ticked 42 times. Oh, you know what it is? Bond can crit and Slugs can't. That's why. That's why. Okay, so the uptime we actually did pretty good. If they had the same amount of ticks, then we probably had pretty good uptime on both. But But yeah, that's why Bond is closer because of the fact that when it crits for like 3x. That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's gonna when that gets leveled up even more, that's gonna be juicy. If you Alt E, it helps a lot. Song effects. I think we have to use. Yeah, I think we would use this one if we were going to use something. It's so funny. Every time I do that, it brings up my video recording software. Is there a way to get like an extended spell effect window for the enemy? Because like I don't really need mine. I don't really need a big list of my stuff. There's not too much I need to pay attention to. It's really the enemies that's harder to keep track of. Would I ever get back into BDO? No. Can Puma be barred used with barred aura ability so it can just stay on? Can Puma be barred used with barred aura ability? No, no. Only barred songs can be used with the barred aura ability. There's a third-party overlay that people will use to see enemy spell effects. Do you think it works with EQL? Okay, back on the warrior. We got an upgrade. So I can smash these two together now. And then grab... Oh god. Where is it? Could be anywhere. I put it in storage on... Okay, there we go, there we go. It just got reorganized. Okay, weapons. Did I have Blade Stomper in any again? That's a mistake if so. Blade Stomper should be here. Trying to maintain the inventory between the two builds is the hardest part. Okay, probably put Serpent's Tooth away. There we go. Okay, put the shield away too. There we go. That is so much AC, bro. Cool. We're gonna be a tanky boy. Screaming Death is broken, doesn't do more damage when you level it. It seems to do more on my SK. Yeah, the SK gets the Soul Abrasion AA, so it'll do a lot more than it will if you're using it on Necro. Screaming Death is better than Vampiric. It's the upgraded version of the spell. No, Vampiric is definitely better. Screaming Death is only worth using if you're fighting multiple targets. And even then, it seems to proc less. You didn't understand my question yesterday. I'm sure it was my fault. Okay. I don't know what to do with that. You could try asking it again, maybe. Anyone ran a rogue berserker paladin? Would that have enough sustain with procs lay on hands? No. You get blasted in D4 with that build. You could level with it. Um, it would be a little bit rough to level with. The damage output would be really good, but in terms of sustain, it would be a little bit rough. No dual wield? No, not at this gear level. We're not doing enough white damage to care about dual wield. Almost all of our damage is going to be coming from spells. For Necro Shaman, what class do you like the most for third class, Warrior, SK, or Monk? I think any of them would be fine, honestly. Whichever one you like the most. Is in terms of pure strength, probably Warrior. It kind of depends on gear level too, though. The more geared you get, the more outstanding the Warrior is going to become. I would say the same is true for Monk. SK. I don't know. SK might be better in the early levels. Or like the early gear progression. But yeah, eventually it's not going to be as good. Jazz in Omaha with the raid. What's up, boys? Have you tried Warrior, Rogue, Shaman? I have not. No. I think Rogue is a little like B tier right now. I haven't tried it with that many different combos. I think a lot of the other DPS options seem to be stronger. You think the dot build is better? Like Necro over Rogue? Almost certainly, yeah. Because the Necro is not only enhancing your dots, it's giving you a lot more sustain. It's giving you mana and health sustain. It's giving you a stronger pet. It's really bringing a lot to the table when it comes to Shaman. So I think the Shaman Necro combo is pretty sick. The only thing I would potentially replace Necro with is Enchanter for Charm, or if I did want to go more melee heavy, I would do Monk, and then we would dual wield the Sky Fists with Warrior armor and be a big tanky punchy boy with Shaman spells. Just got done testing a few alternate ways of making quick plat early on. What'd you find, dude? I'm actually very interested in knowing what the results of that are. I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to do some early unlocking myself or not. If I end up just going Shaman primary, which I'm kind of leaning in that direction, then I won't have to do any early unlocking, but I might still do Paladin, Monk, and Chanter. Paladin and Enchanter's locked in. It's my third that's still up in the air. Could be Monk, could be Shaman. Could be Beast Lord. That was a joke. That was funny. So far we have Decalus Bridge, Guard Slaughter, Grub Boxes to OOT Troll, Frog Legs from Aga to Neriak. Can you do any of these in less than 10 minutes? See, that's the thing. Like, when it comes to getting a race unlocked early, what is it, $5 or is it $10? The fact that they put those in the shop, I'm just like, okay, I could quest or I could pay $10 and not have to quest. You have time till you get an instance anyways. You could still do some pretty good grinding in the first hour. Especially if you know where to go. Get ahead of the pack a little. Northern Inethul. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone I said that. Did a test of Arid's Crossing farming Lightstones. 70 plat to unlock human by hitting level 10. Arid's Crossing. I don't have a good way of getting there on Ogre, though. Just make your primary be the one Ogre can be. Yeah, but if we go Paladin, Monk, Enchanter, Ogre can't be any of those. So that's the issue that I'm facing. Is Paladin Enchanter better than Necro Shaman, in your opinion? It really depends on the third. And it also just kind of depends on the situation. So, like in this instance here, fighting Inaruk, Shaman's crazy strong. It's very consistent. Even though you can't use your poison or your disease, you have enough. Like with Shaman Necro, you have the fire dot. You've got a couple magic dots. You've got the life leech dot. So you can. I mean, you guys just saw. That was not a very well executed fight a second ago, and we still it was not that difficult. There's other instances, like when we go to Plane of Fear, there are so many good charm targets in Plane of Fear. That yeah, I do think the Enchanter is stronger. But the Enchanter is a lot more of a lottery. Like in fighting Inaruk, really the only good Enchanter charm you can get is the Gargoyle. If you don't get it, then charm is gonna be bad or like maybe usable, but a big distraction because it's going to be breaking every 30 seconds. So it depends on the fight. Like against Vox and Nagy, Charm is really good, but also those bosses are kind of easy, so it doesn't you don't necessarily need it. It just lets you do it super early. Like you could do it right at 46 with Charm, but you could do it right at 46 with Shaman Necro too, with a good tank. If you go and grab a few pieces of planar gear. Against Kazakh Thule, having like a Shiverback pet is so crazy. And then in D4 Sky, I mean, the thing is like there's no reason to do D4 Sky, but if there ever is, Charming in Sky is going to be really good. Like that's how we beat Aya Vishan with hardly any gear in the last beta, was just with a Charmed Fairy. And now with upgraded Charm, you can charm even better stuff. The normal enchanter pet's okay. I don't think it's good enough to use just for the normal pet. It's like nice to have, but if I was choosing between enchanter and necro, I would go necro unless I was charming. In most cases, I don't think the enchanter pet is better than the necro pet in that regard. It's nice to have a few heals or whatever, but I don't think it's that crazy. Early game, it's nice, but all the pets are good early game. So where is Shaman Necro good for leveling? It's okay for leveling. I wouldn't say it's good. The biggest weakness for this build is going to be the leveling phase. Leveling and then splitting pulls in Plane of Fear is going to be the build's biggest weakness. You don't really have great options for crowd control. You get a short duration mez from Necro. And then I guess you could try rooting. Although rooting on EQL, in my experience, is like pretty bad most of the time. OOT's Sister Island murdering with Ogre, Warrior, Enchanter will get you done by level 8s. How do you get there? Are you like rogue sneaking to the Freeport docks? Or I guess you could go. Can you go under Freeport to the sewers? It's been a while, but that might be a thing. Figure out Anethul, Esra, Oasis, North Row, East Freeport translocators. So are you going under Freeport or are you sneaking past the guards? How are you getting to the docks? I've seen 2 people charmed level 54 Dark Elf mobs to great effect and hate. Yeah, that's true. I have not tried that, but yeah, if you don't get a gargoyle, I didn't even think about the fact that now you can charm the guys right in front of Interrupt too. Enchanter Pet is a paladin. You could give it a Ghoulbane for leveling. You could. It kind of falls off by then though. The pets are really strong from like 1 to 20, and then they kind of start to fall off a cliff. It's not going to be that crazy strong after that. And then once you get max level and you start upgrading them and getting them like focus effects and stuff, then they become strong again. But from like 30 to the mid 40s, the pets are kind of bad. Even if they have good gear. There's just like only so much you can do for them. You won't get really good gear until the plains. In the tunnel, nothing aggro's ogre down there? Okay. And can you do that from East Freeport? I thought you had to I thought the tunnel was in West Freeport. Is there a little entrance over on the east side too to get down under there? Enchanter gets Invis at level 4 auto granted. It's on goods maps. The entrance. Oh, interesting. I don't think I ever knew that. Considering starting Shaman, Necro Paladin. I think that's going to be one of the strongest builds in the game. Yeah. Plan of Hate's mains fare better off the bat due to having specific mini bosses. How much harder is it to get gear a fear-based main? All that stuff is different on EQL. So, so I can't say for sure. They've moved a lot of the gear around. Apparently, it's like by slot now instead of by class. I've heard people say that. I still don't really know what that means. But yeah, the hate and the fear regular drops seem much different than they were in classic. What A's do you recommend early besides quick buff and retention? Depends on your class. I mean, a lot of classes, your class AA is going to be very essential. Like if you're playing Bard, you're going to have to get some Pharaonic Aura ASAP. If you're playing other classes, your class AA might be useless, so you would focus on the other ones. Getting a couple points in mana regen is nice early on. Again, just all depends on your class. If you're like a monk, I wouldn't do that, you know. You definitely want combat stability by the time you're raiding, but you don't really need it early on. You get this sometime between 46 and 50, I would say. If you're not an ogre, you want steadfast will at least to 50 or 60%. Unless you want to be stunned for 3 hours a day. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just whatever's appropriate to you. Dot crit, regular crit. This thing's really good, but again, you don't really need it till like 46. There's some other, like if you're playing Bard, spellcasting Deafness will make your songs cast faster. So if you're running a melody and you want to be able to squeeze more spells into that melody, this can be really good. You're already very AA starved on Bard, trying to get Symphonic up and running though. If you're slamming, I don't think you need improved bash. I haven't taken this at all, and my bash is crazy strong just with slam. So I don't know what's going on here. It might be a bug. Ambidexterity is obvious if you're dual wielding. If you want your pet to be slightly less ridiculous, you get greater holds. Yeah, those are probably the ones that stand out the most. Yeah, there are some class AAs that you will actually want to save up for, and Cannibalize is one of them. Like, this will make a huge difference once you get it. So, I'm trying to think of, like, what the other classes have. I mean, Warrior's Endurance, this is level 30. Like, as soon as you hit level 30, you want to have enough points to buy this if you're playing Warrior. It's very, very good. There's some other classes that have good ones too, and then other classes don't. Like Necro doesn't really have any good class AAs, except the ones you get for free. I guess you could do this one for bone chips. You're probably grinding somewhere that already gives you bone chips, though. You could get a 15-minute cooldown mess. Oh boy. Speaking of AAs, well, I can't buy them now because it would be unfair. I forgot to spend my AAs before the last time. I was gonna buy up this guy, get 10% mana reduction. And then what else? What else do we need still, boys? Healing boon? Yeah. Oh, that's probably so good. Crit heals. What's the crit heal? Like, how much crit healing damage do you have? Do they crit for double? Do they crit for triple? What do crit heals usually do? I did notice combat agility made a difference. Yeah, I need to get that one too, actually. Combat agility is really good. I focused on stability. This is the AC cap. If you're warrior, you might not need this quite as soon, but you do notice your AC jump by like 5 to 10 points every time you level this. And then, yeah, maxing out combat agility at end game. We probably should have maxed this by now. It is like really good for rating. I hate really needing to start as ogre just for the stun immunity. I also hate it. I want to be a dwarf. There's so many like last second nerfs that I'm hoping that they do. I would love to see Shaman get nerfed. I would love to see ogres get nerfed. Frankly, Ixars could be knocked down a peg as well. Right now, there's just like such a rigid meta when it comes to those choices. They're so far ahead of everything else. I think they should just postpone launch a couple months, but I know that's probably not a very popular opinion. I don't think it would take them that much longer to get this stuff figured out, though. There's just like a few more key issues. Oh yeah, the multiple specializations is probably good too. I haven't bothered doing this, but how much does specialization reduce your mana cost by when you max it out? That might actually be. I might be like really undervaluing that. Where is it? It's like Master of All or something. Yeah. It's kind of expensive, but getting 1 or 2 levels of this is probably really strong if you're doing a lot of different types of casting. It's just 10%. Okay, so then you would get this one first, spellcasting mastery first, and then maybe you would buy 1 level of Master of All. You're probably not spamming that many different schools. I mean, you probably alteration, and then like 1 other one, because you don't really have to worry that much about like divination or conjuration. If you're nuking, you might want evocation. What else? How many are there? Yeah, like abjurate. Like this, it doesn't matter if your buffs cost less mana, because you're. I mean, it matters a little bit for things like if you're casting haste over and over again in combat, but it probably doesn't matter enough to be a priority for AAs. I think most people, it's going to be like alteration and 1 other thing that you care about. So you probably don't need to specialize everything early, but you might want to get like the first point in that, just so you can have 2 specializations. Is there a way to like look at these by type? Oh hey, there you go. All the specializes. So there's only 5 of them. Yeah, like I feel like abjure doesn't matter, divination doesn't matter. Conjuration probably doesn't matter. I specialized in abjuration? Oh, God. I must have quick buffed right when we unlocked specialization and locked myself in. That's brutal. Is there a way to change it? Some dots are conjuration. Let's check. Yeah, it might be. It might depend on your class. Let's look and see. Oh yeah, conjuration, conjuration. Okay, I would have thought alteration for dots. All right, so conjurate. Don't sleep on conjuration. I think divination is still pretty useless though, right? Divination is like invisibility. Evocation is going to be useless for some and like super essential for others. It just depends. Usually you change with the Soul A quest. Ugh. All right, I'll just spend the AAs. That's so funny though, dude. I did not expect it to be abjuration. Spamming all those buffs. It defaults to abjuration when you change specs. You think that's like a bug that it does when you like when you're changing loadouts? You mean, or what specialization for warrior, shaman, necro? Your two biggest expenditures are going to be dots and heals, so it's probably going to be conjuration, alteration. I would try to specialize in those if you can. I don't really know how to like. I guess because it unlocks at level 20, right? So right when you hit 20, do you just like spam heal on yourself to lock in alteration? Maybe that's the play. Or you go and like spam dots right away at 20 and lock that in. I wish you could just like click a box somewhere and choose one. Probably can be called a bug. So you're saying like even if you specialize in something else, when you swap classes, your specialization will become abjuration? I mean, it is kind of weird to think about like how having multiple loadouts would interact with specialized because your skills are locked in. Your skills are locked across builds. So like unless they built some custom. Yeah, I mean you might want different specializations for different loadouts. So yeah, I don't know how they would even handle that. But that sounds like a bug if it's just defaulting to abjuration no matter what. It was correct for me. I specifically locked in alteration and stayed that way after loadout changes. Okay. Yeah, I might have just gotten abjuration from quick buffing right at level 20 then. Stupid. We'll have to pay attention to that next time. All right, let me make sure. I'm going to have to upgrade. We're on the other loadout now, so I'm going to have to update some of these. Is that the final shielding? I never really checked. It is, okay. Whoops. Deleted. That's not what I meant. I went to save. It doesn't respect the spell you cast to specialize. You ended up having to get all 5 on your wizard. So what do you mean? Like you went to spam one spell at level 20 and it still didn't care which one you picked? How you liking Wizard, by the way? How you liking it for rating? I heard they unlock an alphabetical order for each AA purchase. Oh, so it doesn't go off of what you cast next. It actually just goes alphabetical. It's a little wacky. I don't like this. Something's missing. What am I missing? I know what I'm missing. Oh, we're back on the old UI, you guys. I didn't even notice. I am missing modern UI. It said increase app duration 0 each time. Wizard's fun. You hit a wall D3, just run out of mana before the bosses die. That's kind of what I expected. Yeah, I'm hearing people talk about doing these like crazy like 90-second D4 boss kills with Wizard, and I can't tell if they're just making it up. Like, I would love to see a video. I haven't seen any evidence of this. I know that people can burst down D0 in like 60 seconds, but all these people in general chat are like, I just killed D4 Kazakh Thul in a 1 minute 52 seconds. And I'm like, okay. And then everybody clapped. Melee dot game. It is melee dot game. Okay, we have to do this. Wait, what if I do copy a layout window? Yeah. That one? Please be the right one. Please work. Yes. Okay. There we go. A lot of these spells are wrong. I don't remember what I put here last time. Is one of the taps? Okay, so this is going to be a little different, actually. We can't do the level 50 armor tap or the attack tap. So all I can really do is Shadow Vortex, which we already have on. I'll move it over here. In terms of dots, Dark Soul we can keep. Odium we can keep. Asystole has got to go. Venom, goodbye. We can put... Bond of Death, and then I'll keep the fire one. What is it called? Yeah, no, not that one. Ignite Blood. We'll keep that on Q. What did I have on 6? I don't remember what I had on 6. We don't need Scent of Darkness. We've got Togors. We're going to have one less spell because we don't have the attack tap on this loadout, so that's one less spell. I don't think I was using any other Shadow Knight stuff. What else do we need, boys? This is kind of it, I guess. We have the 2 magic dots, the fire dot, and then the life tap dot. Got my 2 heals. We've got all of our debuffs and Puma over here. Incapacitate. Do I need anything else? This feels so bare. Oh no, I copied over my spell sets when I copied over the UI. Ah. What a disaster. I feel like they're keeping the Mage 49 Fire pet under wraps. It likes to cast Root a lot, like the other wizards do. Still can't decide to go Paladin and then Warrior for primaries, or Enchanter and then Shaman. I think Paladin's the best tank in the game by a pretty good margin right now. Life tap? No, we don't need life tap. It's too inefficient. We're going to be getting plenty of life from our heals and our dot heal. And then the rest of our mana needs to be focusing on offense. Okay, Melosi, Slow, Shadow Vortex, Incapacitate. That sounds complete. I think those are the only 4 things I need to be hitting him with. 4 debuffs, 4 dots. Okay, I think we're ready. We're not ready. Hold on. I just noticed something. We gotta resummon the pet. With the book. The book! Oh, and apparently I don't have my proc and Serpent's Tooth either. Actually, very curious how much that did. 300? That's it? No way, dude. Is that what the DPS breakdown says too? That's so funny. The Soul Leech procs did 300 the whole fight? Oof. Maybe we just got unlucky. Okay, pet is 46. Luckily, I think we have the same buff loadout as the other build here. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna wait 1 more minute so I can buff this little pet. Am I crazy, or is Harnessing of Spirit better than Infusion of Spirit? 46 versus 49? I don't think I use either one of them. Yeah, I don't use this because it clashes with one of the other buffs. I don't remember which one. It might just clash with strength or something. I don't remember exactly why, but I know we intentionally don't use this. Okay, 17 more seconds. How do we feel about this white outline that everything has in the modern UI? I wonder what that's for. Infusion stacks with caster, shielding harness does not. Do I have infusion? Stamina, strength, and dex. Okay, so this doesn't increase your health. This increases your. Yeah, I don't know. I never bought this. I think I just assumed it would be like the other one. So will this stack with everything? It will give you as much strength and dex as your other strength and dex buffs. Altoona, infusion, strength, stamina, dex, agility will stack. Ah, I guess I need to go buy this then. Yeah, I think I just assumed it would clash with shielding like the other one does. Okay. I think we are finally ready. Buffs look good. I'm still getting used to all these icons. It's gonna be a while. Okay, boss is slowed. That's the icon we need to pay attention to the most. Vortex is on. Incapacitate is on. LOC is on. Let me see if I can just hit all the dots with inversion. So far, so good. Okay. Now we sit in recovery for the rest of the fight. One minute on Puma. You see how tankier we are, though? Like, not burning my own health with Reeve, dude. Oh my god, this is so easy. I don't know, I still like Warrior better, I think. Like, it's nice having a little bit more damage from the Shadow Knight, but I think endgame with, like, proper gear, Warrior's gonna be hitting pretty hard anyways. Especially when we start dual wielding. Bro, we don't even take damage. I don't even need to cannibalize. Puma not go off. Oh, I see. Because it starts over a minute, so I was expecting to see the seconds ticking down. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, this isn't even close. We can look at the DPS afterwards and see if the shaman was, or see if the SK was actually higher with Reeve. But like, just the absolute comfort of this is going to make it a lot easier for me to keep dots up, which is also going to be a DPS increase. We can't Mage Hunter cannibalize. That is one downside. So we're gonna take like an extra 600 damage here, but that's okay. That's less than one heal. Is he slowed? I don't think he's slowed. It's too slow. How long was that off for? I think it was off for like 20 seconds. We're okay. Okay, Puma's coming back up. Let's quick cast this. Hit myself. Back to recovery. Man, I might not even need recovery. We might be able to just sit in inversion and kind of... Yeah, let's do it. I'm just going to sit in inversion now. Are we missing... Okay, Vortex is still on, Incapacitate's still on. Alright. Let's just focus these dots. Trying to like get him out of the wall. I mean, it's not even close. Like, it's actually not even close. Warrior, just having like 20 more AC and the regen, I mean, I think the kill time was about the same. But like, so much easier, dude. I mean, we're literally just sitting here at full health. +5 here. Let's go. Very easy. Probably could have done that in balance stance. They didn't even lose endurance. Warrior AC is just too good. It's too good. Okay, let's look at some numbers. So DPS wise, here's Shadow Knights. And here is Warrior. Yeah, so slightly more DPS. I mean, those Reeves do kind of add up. 190 versus 185. Although, honestly, the difference is... Okay, yeah, no. So Warrior dot DPS is higher, which makes sense. Because we probably had better uptime. So where is Shadow Knight winning? It's got better Vampiric Embraces because Warrior's using the Necro one. So the Shadow Knight one is about 3 times better. That adds up. It's about what we'd expect. So Reeve is going to be the difference then. Reeve brings 24 DPS. The Warrior did an extra 13 DPS in dots, but then minus 24 DPS from not having Reeve. So the Shadow Knight ends up coming out a little bit ahead there. Actual autos, 18 and 19, basically those should be basically the same. Way more soul leech. I don't know why. More dex in the warrior gear, maybe? We got 3 times more weapon procs. Could just be a fluke. I don't think we're getting that much either way. Why is damage shield doing more DPS on Shadow Knight? 7 versus 4. It's weird. Oh, it's because I let slow wear off towards the end of the fight. Damn, it must have been off for a while then. You test with the Paladin already too? No, I think Paladin's going to be even better though. Curious what the tank bar says between the two. Do you have cleave on auto skill for the warrior? I don't know, maybe. Sometimes it gets turned off. I don't know if I turned it back on. Yeah, no, we didn't have cleave on or kick, it looks like. So that would have made it even easier. So then that would have actually put... why did slam get turned off? Wait, what the hell? Slam should never get turned off. Okay, I don't know. Because slam's shared between all the builds. Yeah, so that would actually put warrior above the SK and DPS then. If those were both on. So that's pretty definitive. Yeah, warrior's just better. Okay, let's look at tanking. Hold on. So SK first. Warrior second. Dude, we took 10,000 less damage. Although, to be fair, I think some of that is my fault for the SK for not keeping him slowed. Because I just changed UIs and I didn't know what the slow icon looked like. So some of that is user error. But it's still a lot less damage. Yeah, and it's all from hits. Ice Comet's about the same. Mana Detonation. Looks like we just got lucky with Mana Detonation, or either resisted it on the warrior, or he just didn't cast it as much. Bashes are about the same. But yeah, we took 78 DPS from melee as a Shadow Knight and 44 as a warrior. I mean, even with slow, like let's say that for a third of the fight he wasn't slowed. So for a third of the fight he was hitting like what, a little bit more than twice as more than he should have. That's, let's just be generous and say like we should have taken 20% less than this. The Warrior's still considerably better. Just from having more AC and more parry and all that. When they left to test Pally, we don't need to test Pally. Pally's godlike. They just stop the system turning off all your autos and loadout switch. They do, yeah. Power level of Pally to 50. What do we need to test on Pally? If we had Paladin there, I mean, you guys saw the mana pool. I was above 70 mana like that whole fight. We briefly had to do like one cannibalize to get back up. We could have easily ran smite for that fight. It would have done just as much damage as Reeve. It would have done 25 to 30 DPS at this gear level. So if we had remembered to turn cleave and kick on, those would have done like, I don't know, like 5 or 6 DPS each. We wouldn't have had the warrior gear, so we would have taken more damage like the Shadow Knight would have. We would also have put up more damage like the Shadow Knight. We would have had lay on hands, which is actually good, unlike harm touch, which is a joke. So we would have gotten, over the course of a 300 something second fight, we probably would have gotten 2 lay on hands. So that's like an extra 10k healing, which is a crazy amount. So yeah, I mean, in the same way that warrior took 10k less damage, paladin would have healed 10k more damage, and it would have had the smite DPS. Paladin clearly would have been the best choice. I think. I mean, we don't even need to test it. I think just on paper, it's already like obvious that it would be better. Does a warrior have to hold a shield to block, or can it run dual wield? No, you can dual wield and you still get the block skill. I don't really know how it works. I don't know if I don't know if having a shield makes you block more, but a lot of non-shield classes have block, like monk blocks, even though it doesn't have a shield. So, is tank necro shaman better than tank monk shaman? It depends on the tank. For paladin, yeah, I would absolutely run necro because you need the mana. If you were doing warrior, I think warrior monk shaman would be crazy strong, especially with gear. I think there's a good chance warrior monk shaman is better than warrior necro shaman. You'd have to be a little bit careful with your mana, a little bit more careful with your mana, but I think having Mind would make up for that, and you'd have a bunch more weapon damage. So I think it'd be very, very good. And then the better your gear is, the further ahead that build would be from the caster build. What bard build could handle D4 well enough, except bard cleric warrior? You could do bard shaman warrior. Bard's not built for D4. I know people don't like hearing this, but Bard is a leveling build. Bard is at its best between levels 20 and 40. It's not really built for max level. It's just completely outdone by Shaman. If you're doing like a burst nuking build with Dirge, if you did like Wizard Bard spell crit shenanigans, like Wizard Bard Druid, maybe there's something that probably not D4 though. Yeah, I mean, you can run Bard, any tank, plus any healer, and do D4, but it's going to be slow. And it's going to be just directly worse than running Shaman, tank, DPS. Bard, Paladin, Monk. Yeah, you could do that and not run a healer. You'd be okay. The Monk Mind would keep you alive, barely. You could make that work. Be a little more gear dependent, but you could make that work. That'd be a sick leveling build. Bard, Paladin, Monk would level really, really well. And then you would not be able to jump into D4 super early, but you could do like D0 through D2 pretty clean, get some gear, and then once you're geared up, you could go all the way to D4. Bard would be great in a mode farming group. Yeah, I think Bard's really good at fighting multiple enemies at once. AoE slow, AoE dots, that kind of thing. Getting a bunch of mobs to hit you and then running a bunch of damage shield. Dropping Dirge. Dirge is pretty satisfying. Grouping up a bunch of mobs and just dropping Dirge is pretty satisfying. I did SK Monk Bard up to 40 and it was great. Yeah. Yeah, Monk Bard anything for leveling is going to feel really good, I think. Going Monk Paladin Enchanter, can I do it all with that? Yeah, Monk Paladin Enchanter is double S tier. One of the best builds in the entire game right now. Smite at your current mana pool would have hit for 273 every 15 seconds. Yeah, it would hit for like a little less than Reeve. So if Reeve, what did Reeve do? Like 30 DPS? It would do like 26 or something. Viscar, you guys are on the Neriac server? Or do you have a whole group over there? Yeah, just come to Rivervale for launch. What do you do on Neriac? Just because that's a cooler city than Rivervale? I think if they change Reeve to give a 3% HP like a life tap, it would be way better. Yeah, well, I mean, it'd be insane at that point. I think Reeve is okay as it is. I mean, it's like running a 10 damage per mana dot. Once you upgrade all your spells, Reeve starts to not look as good. But then again, like you could also just get a bigger HP pool. I guess you can't get like that much bigger of an HP pool though. I mean, realistically, what could we get? Like another 100 stamina if I upgraded all my gear. I think the way to fix Reeve is to fix harm touch. I think Reeve is okay. It's not amazing, but it's not as bad as I was saying yesterday. I do think it's better than I was giving it credit for. At 46. At 50, I think Reeve's pretty good. I just think harm touch is really just so they could double the damage on harm touch and it would still not be good enough. It's so bad. Maybe they double the damage and cut the cooldown in half. And then, like, as you're spamming Reeve, you're actually getting some benefit out of harm touch too. I think that would fix it. Or someone else had the idea of harm touch applies a debuff to the boss that like makes your Reeves do more damage while that debuff is on. Something like that. They could do some kind of stacking thing there. That could be really cool. Harm touch used to have a huge dot on live. We got the nerf version. Yeah, I don't know. Like another dot feels kind of boring at this point, but some kind of debuff that would be cool. I think the coolest thing they could do is if harm touch was a stacking debuff. So you were incentivized to get your harm touch cooldown back faster, and that way it would synergize with like triple attack builds, and it would make combos like SK Monk more interesting or SK Ranger. And then if you could get your harm touch back faster, you could get like a second or even a third stack of harm touch on the boss. And whatever that debuff is, you know, it could be anything. Lower AC, more reave damage. It doesn't even really matter what the debuff is, but just some way to like ramp up with it, I think would be sick. It clearly needs something though. It's like it's so bad right now. I didn't even use it when I was playing SK. I didn't even use it. Like partially because of the canny bug, but even if the canny bug wasn't there, it's like, okay, I'm gonna press this button and do 1% of the boss's health every 4 minutes. Like, whatever. Not getting upgrades to the poison effects and combos of the poison as you level is meh. For the rogue, yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing rogue get a little bit buffed. I have rogue in B tier right now. What about a super reeve? Like harm touch, you mean? Like turn it into a super reeve? You spend a bunch of health to do a bunch of health? Maybe. There's kind of that kind of already exists for Necro. This thing right here. Consumes 75% of your health and does 100% of that as direct damage. Dude, I should use this. With Warrior, we're tanky enough to use this. I should actually use this. It'd be even better with Pally. Dude, Pally, you could just like pop this, instantly lay on hands. It's a 2-hour cooldown, so it's kind of a meme. It is sick though. Can it crit? Like if you rock this with like a wizard druid combo, can you make it crit? Then deals 250 damage every 6 seconds for 36 seconds and blesses you with Lifeburn Recourse, which heals 250 every 6 seconds. We wouldn't even need to use Lay on Hands. That's a big heal. That plus slugs, we would gain healthy. The boss wouldn't even be able to outdamage that. That's like 500 health a tick. We'd be chilling. Oh, put yourself into Berserker Frenzy. That's true. That's so smart. I don't have good enough gear for Berserker Frenzy to matter. We would want to actually be like dual wielding with sky weapons if we were going to try to do Berserker Frenzy. Right now, it's not going to do much. Our auto attacks are what, like 20 DPS or something. They're not really doing much. Let's see. Yeah, I'm doing 19 DPS with his serpents, dude. We want like an actual sky weapon upgraded. We want to be dual wielding. We'd want to at least be doing like 50 DPS with melee to try to do any kind of frenzy shenanigans. Right now, it's just totally outclassed by dots. Do D4 mobs have a lot more AC? I'm guessing they do, yeah. I think AC also just scales really hard, so even if they only have a little bit more AC, it's probably pretty noticeable. Now what? Should we go fight Kazakh? This build's gonna dumpster Kazakh. Should we go to Sky? We could go to Sky and get some gear. Get some like actual gear. I haven't really done any Sky. How did Spirit of Beely end up on my... Did I hit my pet with this instead of Augment Death? Does he not have Augment Death? No, he does. Okay. What did Puma do? Let me see. Puma did 28 and then... Is that what it did in the other fight? 24. How did Homeboy do? Homeboy did 22, and then with the Warrior, he did... $19. Gariner. What are you doing? Sky go for one-handers? I might just go for Fangle. We have too much AC at this point. I think we gotta go more offensive. Like, I think the shield is overkill. making me lean towards spell builds for hotter content before that, because of that. I definitely think the spell builds are easier to get off the ground, yeah. Especially now that its spell upgrades are a thing. Shame that life burn is a 150-minute cooldown. Is there a way to, like, die and reset it? Cleric, Wizard, Enchanter seems like it would be pretty decent with spell upgrades. I would just slap the Shaman in there over the Cleric. I don't know where Cleric fits in anymore. I think they made Shaman too good. You don't need Cleric heals anymore. I don't have this memorized. Which one of these goes to DiGiorno? Is it the middle one? No, apparently not. Promised Heal gets slept on? Yeah, but like what else does it do? Because you don't actually need Promised Renewal to survive these fights. Target is too far away. I don't remember if I killed this guy or not. I don't think I did. I think we gotta get him to spawn. I don't think I have the key yet. Haven't seen Sky for 20 years. In real life? Yeah, me neither, dude. That is so true. You think they'll put Rod of Annihilation in with Kunark? Would it break the game? I don't remember what it does. Cleric buffs are real nice. With buff extension, they can last 1 to 2 hours. Yeah, but the Shaman buffs are better. They're way better. Everything the Shaman does is way better except for Promised Renewal, which is not needed. Because you slow the boss 60% and he barely does any damage. I don't know, Cleric feels very last beta to me. I don't really see any reason to run it anymore unless you're playing in a group. I think it's still good in a group, but solo it's like, just stick a Shaman in there and you're good to go. Shaman tank DPS. Or Shaman monk DPS. You don't even need a tank. Target is out of range. Get closer. Is he under the ground? Okay. I don't quite understand what's happening right now. From being oh, there he is. There he is. Okay. We're gonna have to get a little clever here. I'm being rooted and summoned and juggled. I'm trying to get Bond of Death on all 4 of these guys. Let's see if that'll keep me alive. but I can't control my character 90% of the time. You resisted Togors. That doesn't happen very often. Bro, I'm so tanky. Are we actually gonna pull this off? My favorite part about this island is getting the key and never having to come back here. Do I need the regular belts in order to get the good belt? Should I be keeping those? I kind of just reflexively threw them all away. Is Shaman ever get an AoE slow? The only AoE slow, I think, is Bard. Largo's at level 20. For attack speed slows. Oof. Kind of a rough angle here. I might be getting backstabbed. It's so many stunts. Unless they change things up, CT was unslowable, as was any, but they are now. Making them unslowable would certainly shake things up. Or making the slows half effective, maybe. I think that would be a good way to go. I do think slow is just way too strong right now. Beyond Necro, any preferences on this for your third? Yeah, I think Warrior, Shaman, Monk would be a lot of fun if you want to go more melee. Warrior, Shaman, Enchanter, if you want to Charm, would be incredibly good. Although it would also be kind of busy. It'd be a lot. You'd be juggling a lot, but it would be very strong. Paladin, Shaman, Necro. If you want to go that route, would be extremely strong. Probably stronger than this in most scenarios. Okay, so how did I do this last time? I think on the Enchanter, I think I charmed, and then I broke the charm like over here, and it pulled the dude out of the corner. I did something real goofy. I don't remember. I don't think we're going to be able to do it this time. We're going to have to be a little more brute force with this build. Is there any point to going harder difficulty on Sky? No, unfortunately. Maybe in the future. Monk, Shaman, Bard, Starter. Yeah, that'd be very good. It'd be very good, and it would continue to be good at in-game, although Bard and Shaman do have a lot of overlap. So, I'd only do that if you're a big Bard enjoyer. Just set Warrior, Shaman, Monk. Going to try that tonight. Yeah, that'll you'll have a blast with that. That's gonna be so good. Warrior, Shaman, Necro. Yeah, that one's alright. Ogre War built for brute force? That's right. I could see slow being capped on a lot. Yeah, a slow cap would be good. Either like cut the effectiveness in half or just cap it altogether. That would be fine. If they just capped it at like 30 or 40%. That would make Bard and Beast Lord, Rogue all kind of like more appealing. Because then they'd be competing with Enchanter and Shaman in terms of slows. I was doing Warrior, Shaman, Wizard with my friends. Pretty fun to level. Kind of needs Enchanter for crack, where the mana is tight. Yeah, if you're doing that with friends, I would just toss like a Necro or an Enchanter in over the Shaman, right? Let someone else be the Shaman. Shaman for leveling it is okay, but I don't think it's anything that special. I think it really comes online in like the high 30s and 40s. Oh yeah, AAs. I keep forgetting I have these things called AAs. Let's go ahead and do combat agility. We're going to be even more tankier. Okay, how much do I want to spend? Actually, I think I want to prioritize this one first. This one we do want to max out. Reduce the cost of all mana spells for 12! Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'll buy the first 2 points. Did it really get that expensive? Ah. Oh. Maybe. I mean, I did just spend 6 to get the first 5, so maybe I should spend another 6 to get the next 5. Alright, fine. We'll do it. So, we'll do that, and then I'll finish combat agility next. Resisted Togors. Okay. Let's over channel. Might be in trouble. I should have slugs and then over channeled. There's really no ways to get these icons to be bigger. I can't even see these, dude. Like, these are great. I don't know. Like, when you shrink them down, they kind of just all look the same again. Maybe I'll get used to it after I've seen them for a while. I love my little giggling skeleton boy, dude. He is like such a bro to grind with. He's just having a good old time. Doesn't he just always sound like he's having a good time? He's always just up to something, dude. Look how many immobilize I resisted. If they ever make these wizard mobs do things other than immobilize, they're gonna be so scary. Got your Shield of the Immaculate? Nice, dude. Adjust size? How do I adjust size? If I knew how to do that, I would. Do I click on the icon? Yeah, it just says show spell information. B. I don't want to use Alt B, it's too big. I swapped to the modern UI? I did, yeah. I'm having mixed feelings about it. AoE killing everything in Planet Sky. I'm not AoEing on purpose. It's just kind of how it turned out. I thought I'd get 1 or 2. We ended up getting 3. Planet Sky sucks. Disagree. How can that be called modern when it's clearly modeled after the first MMO, World of Warcraft? Well, World of Warcraft was not just the first MMO, it was also the first modern game. So I think they use modern in that sense. How are you liking this build? Any experience with other builds to compare? I played a few other builds. I played a lot of Paladin and Enchanter stuff last beta. I rolled Shadow Knight, Shaman, Magician at the start of this beta, which was fantastic for leveling. For bossing, this build is completely insane. Easy mode, like brain dead AFK, kill everything, no problem, no gear. Last time I was playing in Sky, the raid lead said AFK 5 hours. Yeah, I agree with that guy. I keep forgetting to use Puma. Somebody's got to remind me to use Puma. I don't like that it only lasts a minute. It is kind of busy. I guess it's just as busy as one of the dots would be, isn't it? It lasts longer than most of the dots do. It's really only putting it on my pet that's kind of like... It'd be cool if there was some alternate... I guess I could make a macro. I could do like... I have it on Shift R right now. I could do like a Control R that targets the pet, casts it. It'd be like a little bit lazier. Make an audio trigger when it wears off. I just gotta get in the habit of using it, honestly. It's new to me. Well, I did most of my raiding at level... We did a bunch at 40. We did a bunch of D4s at 40, and then we did the next round at 43, and then we did the final round at 46. So, I never actually had the level 50 spells until just now. Earlier today. Okay, yeah, so this part... This is probably actually going to be one of our toughest pulls in Sky. Aren't there more guys in the corner right there? Maybe not. If it's just these two, we'll be fine. Start the fight in over channel. Oh, okay, we're good. We're totally good. I thought there was gonna be like 2 more mobs in here. See if I can get my dumb pets come over here. Killed. Heroically leaping? It didn't leap. Okay, let's try inversion. I don't know if these things actually have a lot of resist. Let's see if I can fast cast this stuff. Are you on my pet now? Which one of y'all is bullying my pet? My pet is so good at pissing people off, dude. Okay, do I have aggro finally? Literally don't even take damage. What a build. It's impossible to solo. Class unlocks 20 bucks. Feels bad. You think Sky's impossible to solo? I don't think it's that bad. I mean, D0 Sky is probably about as hard as, like, D2 Hate or Fear. I don't think it's, like, that crazy. At least you don't have to do D4 Sky. That would be pretty crazy. We actually probably will at some point with this build. Try to do it before the beta ends, just to see. You show your stats inventory window. Want to see AC, soft cap, and mitigation, etc. I think the Warrior AC soft cap is 459. $496. Is that because I have the AA? I read somewhere that it was 459. Which I think is right, because I have a 10% increase, so 459 times 1.1, 496. That's right, I think. Right? I think that's about right. Belt of Quiescence. Trash. Wizard Cloak. Trash. Oh my god, that thing saw me from so far away. Okay. At least he pulled by himself. I'm gonna put Venom Bolt back on. I'm gonna have to kill this thing first. Or slow it. Is it better than Paladin, Monk, Enchanter? This build? Depends on if you're charming or not. If you're not charming, yeah, I think this build's probably better. Guessing the best is generally some tank class, some kind of healer class, and something else you like. Not some kind of healer class, Shaman. You always pick Shaman as your healer. It's extremely overpowered right now. But yeah, tank, Shaman, plus literally anything is very strong right now. Zoo builds aren't good on this server. They're pretty underwhelming. It's one of the worst builds you can do, unfortunately. It's a really good Pally neck. We're not leveling Pally this time around, though. Do I need to go to Hallis to buy Shaman spells? Do they add vendors, Freeport, etc.? If you can buy them in Sebelis, but the Ixar might hate you. Did you start as a barbarian? You might have to go back to Hallis. I don't think they added any in Freeport. The Ixar town is where we've been buying them, but that's because we're evil. I still had to do some quests to get their faction up, though. It was actually kind of a pain. You're human? You're a human shaman? That's illegal. Yeah, I mean, if you do the quest with the snake people, the lizard people, if you get some metal bits, what level are you? Because if you have some plat, it's not that bad. But you do have to spend like a couple hundred plat to get your faction up with those guys. You going for Dagus? Yeah, or Fangle. Whatever drops, really. Just something better than Serpent's Tooth. Okay, I don't think we need Dark Soul anymore. Unless we find something that's like very poison disease resistant up here. I think poison and disease should do pretty well in Sky. If anything, magic is probably the one we're going to have the most issues with. Let's throw Shadow Vortex, and what else do I need, boys? What else do I need? We got our 3 big dots. We got the fire dot as well. We got our 4 dots plus Bond of Death. We got both of our heals. We got 6 dots, actually. I forgot about Assistoli. We have Melosi. Scent of Darkness. That's what I need. That is what I need. Just in case they do have poison resist. Okay. Let's see what kind of numbers I can put on this thing. DPS. It's gonna die before I can get everything on it. Oh, that one's indifferent. Okay. Okay, so the Essence Carriers are the ones who hate me. The boss is the boss not even over here? Am I wasting time? Is this one the one where the boss is way over here? I might be doing this wrong. And Soul Carrier says, Moreland TV, you've ruined your own plane of sky. You'll not ruin mine. It doesn't say and Soul Carrier. It says and Essence Carrier. If it's a Soul Carrier, it says A. Relax. It doesn't say and. Druid, Shaman, Death Knight. That'd be a really fun leveling build. Yeah. I would drop Shaman at that point. If you're just looking for something to level with. Or Wizard or something. I'm a PvPer, but I'm tempted to do this. Yeah, just do it, man. You'll play it for a month. You'll beat everything, you'll get bored, you'll move on, then you'll come back for the update, you'll play for another month. It's solid, man, you'll like it. Seems like Monk, Shaman, and Chancer. For what, like best builds? Oof, I pulled 2. Okay. I'm gonna overchannel ODM since this thing always gets resisted. They won't resist Bond of Death because it has a fat modifier on it. They will resist Plague. Interesting. Maybe we'll just do ODM and Poison. That's probably enough. These guys aren't that strong. I don't like when Cannibalize gets interrupted. I find that to be rude. Well, maybe I should put Feign Death in the bar. Okay, now we're resisting Togors. There's a very slight chance that I die here. So slight. Itty bitty chance that we die. Don't act like you're not impressed. Cannot see your target. I'm getting chain summoned, bro. I'm getting summoned into not being able to see. Okay. Is there any way I can get my health high enough to cannibalize in 17 seconds? It's gonna be a hard maybe. There was this Plague too. What do these guys not resist? FD? We don't need to FD. I don't even have that shit memorized. You see how easy this game is? This build is so good, dude. It's so good. It's built for brute force. Dev's main characters basically gods. Okay, I mean, to be fair, that was some pretty insane resource management. You gotta give me some credit. I got down to 180 health at one point. That was some real careful juggling between the slow and the leech and the heal and everything else. It's so funny how if you like stand too close to a mob, their audio gets like 6 times louder. I don't think it would bother to re-slow that other one. Puma? Oh yeah! Puma! Remember Puma? I don't remember Puma. I don't think I once remembered Puma. We had pretty good Puma uptime against Interrupt. It wasn't perfect, but it was good enough. I don't see Canny in his spell bar. We're using the 3-minute Canny AA. We're not using the spell cannibalize. It's a little too weak. Minus 2k HP for plus 1k mana. Yeah, but then you can reduce it with stances. So in defensive stance, we only take 1500 damage. And in Mage Hunter, we only take 1000. Less than 1000. Do I need any of this crap for turn-ins? I guess I should go look. Screaming in my ear. Okay, so Disease seems to be the one to not really use against these guys, although they kind of resist magic too. Okay, that should be enough. Is this even live? No, this is pre-recorded. I'm sorry I didn't instantly respond to your chat while I'm dying and tabbed out looking at the wiki. Mainly it's that I'm tabbed out looking at the wiki. I'm trying to see on here which items I actually need. I've been playing Paladin, Bard, Necro for beta. Very curious if I'll be able to do D4 raids with baby slow. You'll be able to do it. Yeah, Paladin, Bard, Necro. You'll be fine. Shaman would make it easier, but you'll be able to do it with Bard. Where is the guy? Is it this one? Okay, I think it is this one. So I think we could have just skipped all that. I don't know why I thought he was in the tower. The turn-in stuff aren't stat items. Okay, everything we need is... It looks like everything we need is off a boss. For Warrior. Last beta, there was like one like regular trash drop that I needed. I think for one of the Paladin items. I don't remember which one. Yeah, the golden hilts. Which just like dropped off regular stuff. But it looks like all the warrior stuff drops off of bosses. No, there's Island 7 trash. For Dagus. Okay, everything else is a boss. Island 7 trash, and then, what else? Shaman? Actually, the Shaman weapon would be really good. We're going to do Shaman Weapon with Warrior Weapon, dual wield. So Shaman is... I think it's all bot. I don't see any trash stuff for Shaman. Bixie Essence. One trash drop off of 6. And then, is Necro gear even good here? I don't know. Let's take a look. What is all this stuff? Levitate clicky. A cloak, we'll never use that. Shoulders, nope. Negative. Yeah, no. None of that. Don't need any of it. The caster gear, if you have a tank in your builds, the caster gear is pretty much always underwhelming. I'm twitching? Me too, bro. Me too. If you flip SK for Monk in this build, how bad is the fall off? If you flip SK for Monk... If I flip Warrior for Monk, you will take a lot more damage. Mend will make up for some of it, but not all of it. You'll hit harder. You'll have a better feigned death, so you can escape from situations easier. I don't think it's bad, but you will get hit harder. You're going to have to rely on evasive stance in a lot of scenarios, which is going to drain your endurance faster. So it would require you to be more careful with your resources. What are your thoughts on Monk, Shaman, Enchanter? Crazy good damage with the Shaman dots. Crazy good damage with Enchanter Charm. If you're not using Enchanter Charm, I would not bother with Enchanter plus Shaman. I would pick something else. It's hard to see what Monk really does for that build compared to just putting a tank in there. Because similar to what I was saying to the other guy, if you are running Monk over one of the tanks, you have evasive stance, you don't have defensive stance. Defensive stance is really the one you want if you're charming and dotting. So I think having a tank is probably just going to be better than having Monk for that. But if you wanted to like drop the Enchanter and put another melee in there to go with the Monk, that could be really good. But Monk on its own with Shaman Enchanter feels a little like out of place to me. I think you could probably still make it work, but I don't think it'd be optimal. Being one of the 3 tanks in your life is easier. For solo raiding, yeah. For solo raiding, if you have one of the 3 tanks in your builds, that's going to enable you to use defensive stance, which is currently the best stance you can use in most solo raid scenarios. So yeah, it's very, very good to have a tank in your build. But you don't need it for leveling. I'm specifically talking about like high difficulty raids, high difficulty solo raids, like D3, D4. Is his little baby pony gonna get mad when I do this? It's not. We resisted the first slow. Got the second one. Fire's good. Magic is good, even though we resisted slow. That's interesting. Poison next. Poison's good. Ooh, we're gonna cook this boss. Resisted plague. Let's go over channel. Do it again. Still resisted it. Let's do Scent of Darkness. Plus over channel. There we go. Puma on me, Puma on Gariner. Absolutely ganked. Pal Monk Enchanter versus Pal Monk Shaman. Pal Monk Shaman's gonna have mana issues. The Enchanter helps a lot with mana issues in that comp. You might like Warrior Monk Shaman better than Pal Monk Shaman. But you can do it. You just might have to turn your smite off sometimes. Ooh, this is for me? Stone Amulet. What does that do? We can get a Ruined Wind Amulet. 6 AC, 7 Strength, 7 Agility, 40 HP. That's kind of good. Is that better than what I have? What am I even using? Oh, god damn. I'm using a really good necklace. Okay. Well, this one would have slightly more AC and HP. About the same amount of strength. We would lose a bunch of resists. And we would lose the Intwiz Charisma. Don't care about Charisma. I do like my Int and my Wiz, as I am a Shaman and a Necro. I do like my mana. Yeah, that's the boss for Island, whatever this is. 4? Is tank needed? If you have a shaman in your build, you can get away with not having a tank for solo rating. Otherwise, generally, yes, the tank is needed. Again, for solo rating, not for leveling. For leveling, you can do whatever the hell you want. For grouping, you can do whatever you want. And even for soloing the lower difficulties, you can do pretty much whatever you want. I'm generally just speaking in the context of solo rating the really high-end stuff. Okay, if the Vanquishers are already up, we just pull those directly, right? And we skip the other guys? Do I have any Sky experts in chat? Spellblade proccing Life Leech seems too good for SK to pass up. Spellblade kind of sucks. I wish it weren't the case. Life taps are generally pretty expensive in terms of mana, which will make Spellblade not proc them very often. Most of the time, if you want a life tap, you just go into Inversion Invocation, and you just spam it, and then you swap to Recovery afterwards to get your mana back. You could Spellblade a lower level life tap. And, I mean, it's decent, but I've found that just casting things manually and then doing Recovery seems to kind of be just better all around. I pull the 2 near the port in, it spawns Guardian, then do Guardian, then Lord. Okay, so Vanquisher, then Guardian, then Lord. And we don't have to deal with the yellows at all, right? Is it just 2 Vanquishers? Or I gotta kill a 3rd one? Okay, I think we might have to kill all 3. Uh-oh. Pet's getting wild again. There we go. I knew something was missing. External casting. Oh, that's so much better. That's so much easier to see. There's too much information in one spot right here. I thought the same thing, Dragon, but it sucks. Yeah, it's unfortunate. You have to use spells that are like 20 levels lower than you on Spellblade to really make it go off consistently. Testing Paladin, Necro, Enchanter? What do you think of that? I almost went Paladin, Necro, Enchanter. I was very close to doing that until I found out that Clarity does not stack with Lich. And then I got sad. Where is Mr. Guardian? Do I actually have to kill some yellows? You kill a couple and the first name spawns near the entrance to the island. Does it not matter which one you kill now? You kill any of the birdies to spawn him? Ah, this build is so good, dude. I'm so tempted to play it at launch. I just really want to be able to charm. Your gear is insane. It's pretty pretty easy to get this gear, actually. I'm really not using anything very special right now. I don't even have the warrior breastplates. All the warrior planar set you can get really fast when you get to Plane of Fate. Like, you'll get a full set of it, minus the breastplate. And your first couple hours there, probably. And then I'm still using the earring from Najina. The rest of the stuff is just from raid bosses. The earrings from Interrupt. The belt is from someone in Fear. The cloak is from Nagi. I think this might also be Interrupt. This is from somebody. I don't know. We're using the genie ring from Soul B still, and then another ring from Interrupt. Fear minis. The shields are also all from bosses, so they're like pretty reliable to get. Yeah, you can get all this stuff really, really easy and early. Like, as early as level 46, 47. You can start getting pretty much all that. The daggers from Yale, you can get this dagger at level 40. This guy's actually got some resist. Having the extra layer, like the extra debuff here for poison and disease, to enable the shaman dots from Necro, it's so nice. I don't know if I want to give that up. Do you think SK Shaman Necro is better than Paladin Shaman Necro? No, definitely not. Paladin's for sure better. SK is the worst tank for this build. Was he supposed to drop something? No, he spawns the last guy, right? Okay, there he is. The Spear Rock Lord. Will he aggro me? He will. I did have to kind of get up in his face, though. So, is Melosi undispellable? I've noticed with Malazement, if I would nullify, it would rip this off. But, okay, nope, it'll rip off Melosi, too. Unlucky. That's another thing I missed from Enchanter. Curious about Ranger, Shaman, and Chanter. I think it'll be really good being able to swap between pet, attack bonuses, Shaman, and Chanter buffs. Well, yeah, and just having the bow, too. I think bow's kind of good right now. Puma? Who, me? Can we just make Puma permanent? How much mana is it? It's cheap enough. Just make it permanent. Pretty torn on build. Feel like everyone is. How do you think this compares to Pal, Monk, and Chanter? I think both builds are so ridiculously strong that it doesn't matter which one you pick. You will very easily clear all the content that's currently in the game without even having to upgrade your gear. What do you prefer, Necro over Enchanter for this build? Necro actually provides a little bit more mana regen and a little bit more stable mana regen. It also provides bigger damage for our Shaman dots. It provides us with another way of reducing poison and disease resist, which are our primary dots. Provides us with a nice pet. Oh, God. I was not ready for this. Okay. Let me think of how I want to do this. He's dying pretty fast. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to dot him up. We're going to bring him over here. We're going to get my pet to listen. Everybody hit me. Quit hitting the pet. Stop it. No, don't do that anymore. A little bit further. I don't think the pet's gonna make it. Okay, rip pet. Okay, I didn't really need you to resist that, to be honest. Okay, perfect. You pulled an essence harvester? Bro, they're still hitting me. Can I zone out yet? I'm gonna have to gate. That's the best strategy, by the way, if anyone was wondering how to deal with that island. What three classes have been your favorite? I really liked Paladin, Enchanter, Monk last beta. I really liked using Charm. This beta, this build has been insanely strong. I think I would still put the Paladin in over Warrior. But this trio right here is absolutely nuts. Bow's underrated. You can farm Shadowwing Arrow with Ranger easily, which is plus 12 damage. At that rate, you would have fallen right into the Freeport water. I mean, yeah, I was trying to fall into Freeport, but it was taking too long. I had to move it along. One thing I don't like about Necro is having to put this book on every time I summon my pet. I wonder if I can do... The problem is I already have a Focus and Shield of the Immaculate. Necro can't use Rainbow Hues. I need some kind of item that I can put in any slot that Necro can use, I guess. I guess it's not that big of a deal. It's not like we're summoning these guys that often. Use a bando for that? I don't know what that is. How long would Plan of Sky take to clear? However long it's taking while you're watching it right now at this very moment, I guess. There are 8 islands total. We are currently trying to beat Island 6 with the bees. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to kill this guy too. Is he not up? What if we do some empowered dots? Does that snapshots? This is something I didn't really think about. Oh yeah, that seems to work. Okay, Bolt just crit for 1551. That's pretty good. We're doing 400 DPS right now. Powered Bond of Death is ticking for how much? 104? 124? Ooh, okay. I think we've been sleeping on Empower Stance. I think this build just got even stronger. How come I don't have DiGiorno? Oh, I'm in the public one, that's why. I only played regularly queue, so I don't know what's going on. Can you explain how he has 3 classes? That's just how the game's built. Everyone gets 3 classes. You start with 2 classes at the very beginning of the game. And then at level 10, you pick a 3rd one. And you can swap them around. And then at level 11, it locks in. And you can still swap them around, but if you swap them after that, you go back to level 10 and you have to re-level whatever you swap to. Okay, Noble doesn't want to get slowed, huh? I still haven't memorized these new icons yet. It is easier to get interrupted, but we can fix that with AAs. Okay, that thing is absolutely cooked. Let's get on the boss. We might not be able to empower on the boss. Yeah, he's resisting too much. Oof. Only thing I landed was Plague. So I think I can hit him with everything except Odium. Let me see if I can get poison on him too. As long as I overchannel. Odium's too expensive. Let's go ahead and canny. Maybe it doesn't matter now. Okay, we're good. Let's go ahead and hit him with Odium. He'll die. There we go. Now we got the full rotation. See, guys, I'm remembering Puma. I'm learning. What's a set of hockey to bring up the window? It's under key bindings, bandolier. You create a save set of primary, secondary range ammo, and you can make buttons to swap between them. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll mess around with that in a little bit then. If all goes well, I shouldn't really be needing to resummon my pets. Only if I'm dying, pretty much. Scimitar is not the one we needed. Looks like that's for Druid. We want Battle Axe or War Maul. Oh dear, when you see that damage, oh dear. This is stupid. I'm glad that some of you guys like that joke so much that you keep bringing it up. I think some people unfollowed the first time. I do miss the horsey, dude. Like, from having Paladin, I'm kind of going back and forth on Paladin and Warrior, but oh man, having the horsey would be so nice. Button size makes icons bigger? No shot. Let me try it. Like if I change this button size, it changes all the buttons? No, it doesn't. Oh god. Now my UI is ruined. I'll never recover. I have to type in 100. Yeah, I don't think there's a button size for, like, the icons on the buff bar. Activate the window menu at the corner? Talking about this one? It just gives me display types. I mean, we can, yeah, we can click right here and activate it. Corner of this, or what? Are you just making stuff up? I think you're just making stuff up. Oh no, this is scary. I don't like these things. Can I just leave? Can I just go to the next islands? God, these are so aggressive. Maybe I should put Feign Death in my bar. Okay, I'm just gonna use the non-disease dots. It's good enough. We can still have 4 options. What, Horsey with Enchanter? No, the Horsey is Paladin and Shadow Knights. With Paladin, you get a pretty white pony, and with Shadow Knight, you get a spooky, dark pony. It's also pretty, but spooky too, because it's shadow. Because you're a shadow. You know what I mean? You guys think this is the loudest mob in the game? The 20 Night Mounts, same speed as their 50 counterparts. I haven't tried the super cracked version. They're already really fast. The level 20 version is already really fast. I never spent the extra 9 AAs to get the level 51. Look at the corner of your hotbar. Yeah, but the hotbar's not the issue. I feel like you guys aren't listening. The icons on the whatever you call these, the health bar windows, those are the issue. I'm obviously not having any issues with my hotbar. My hotbar's fine. Cool build. It's like a super SK. It is kind of like a super SK. Yeah. Why be Shadow Knight when you can just be Warrior plus Necro? True hybrid. He wants target frame buff debuff. Yeah. See these little itty bitty ones that you can't read? Those are the ones I want to be bigger. The ones that are already grandpa size, we're good here. Although I'm not a big fan of the font. They should replace it with Russo. Maybe change the icons, they are more readable. Like manually change each one, or what do you mean? Okay, I'm just gonna, like, go to the next island and see if these de-aggro. Did my pet stay behind? That's so crazy that your pet does not follow you to the next island if he's in combat. Oh, sick. You can just click regroup and get him. Okay. Well, now I get to see if those guys fly to me or not. It kind of feels like they're flying to me. I am not... Getting out of combat very quickly. Okay, one of them dropped off. That's working? Okay, they're all gone. I was going to feign, but... Even if I feigned, they'd still be going after my pet, so... Alright, so, let's see. I have, technically, a mez. It's not great, but I'm going to put it on the bar for this next scenario. I spawned boss guy over on the side. You know what we do, actually? We don't even worry about that. Let's just invis. Now that I've done step 1, we should be able to just invis. And I don't think it'll be an issue. Unless regular invis isn't good enough. I used superior invis last time we did this. So here it goes. Ugh, nothing. You can't see me. You can't see me! He actually can't see me. It's working. Wait, why'd the boss... Why is he not over here? Oh, did they fix my strat? Am I nerfed? Wait, he's like not anywhere. Where's my boss? Is this instance bricked? That's sad. We spawned him right here. These two are the fake ones. So I don't really think they can do anything for me. Did they make him, like, despawn if you leave? What did they do, bro? You can change your font under interface. Oh, can you actually? Arial? Wow. No, we don't like that. They have Russo, dude? Russo's gonna go so hard. Oh, let's go. Is this these are just my fonts on my PC, aren't they? Oh, oh no, it changes chat too. Bro, don't the icons look sick though? Okay, that's too much. Abort. Great. Now this font is going to be killed. Is there a way to change font just for the icons and not for the chat windows? Arial's kind of good for the chat windows, actually. Situation. I think we have to recreate the instance. Does anyone know how to fix this? It was on island. The boss was on island 4. That's crazy. Okay. Are you lying? These guys are so mean. Nowadays, you can't even memorize a spell unless you're falling through the sky 30 meters per second. You know what I mean? How much longer for beta? It ends tomorrow at 9 Pacific. We have a week to touch grass? Yes. Theoretically. The strat that worked for me was to kill the ads, not the boss, and then the ads stay. I don't like fighting the ads. I would like to just skip directly to the boss if we can. I'm pretty sure this worked for me last time. Yeah, I just pulled the boss off to the side, spawned him off to the side, and then he stayed there when I came back. Taking bug reports by Discord is super annoying. It does make you wonder if they read them or not. Okay, let me know if you guys see any beads. Apparently he's on the next island. Where did you see him on island 4? When I choose Wingding's font, it changes buttons but not chat. Yeah, they protected chat against that nonsense. He is on Island 4. Whoa, dude. How'd he get over here? Plane of Sky is so mysterious. Dude, I would have never figured that. I can't believe you noticed that. Did I just walk right past him last time? Mysterious, I guess it's one way of saying buggy. It's still mysterious. Like, what bug would cause him to skip to Island 4? Isn't that a mystery? Like, it's hard to even think of what would cause that. Probably when you were falling. But, like... Okay, here's 6. We fell off... We fell off down here, didn't we? Oh no, this is from 6. Yeah, we fell off down here. Bro, we fell right here. If he ended up on this island, okay. Like, I could see him resetting and something weird. Why? We're, like, not even close to where I jumped off. Also, this build is so strong, dude. I don't even take damage. This is crazy. Bring a bigger B. What do you got? Bracelet of Distortion. Trash. We try to empower some. Okay, fire's good. Magic, not good. Never is. I don't know why I try it so early. I should try it last. Poison, not good. None of it's working. Melosi, Scent. Resisted Scent. Wait, did I even hit him with Mallow? There we go. Now we use Scent. He's very poison resistant if he's resisting that. Okay. There we go. I gotta cannibalize just to not be sitting at full health wasting. Bond of Death healing. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, yeah. It's only gonna get better as we upgrade it. Another Paladin deck. Alright, the true boss of Island 6 on Island 4. Over-channeling Scent and still not sticking it. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. We'll skip Poison. And we'll skip Empower. Try to over-channel the rest of the rotation. So far, so good. Okay, it's just Poison. Just Poison, it's not working. I feel like this build is greater than SK Magician Shaman. Yeah, for rating, absolutely. For leveling, no. I think the Mage is kind of incredible for leveling. But for rating, yeah. Pal Shaman Enchanter, Pal Shaman Necro, Pal Monk Shaman, Pal Monk Enchanter. My brain hurts. Just put all those in a hat and pick one, and you'll do great. They're all gonna do great. Servers go down tomorrow for a week. That's right. Yeah, and when they come back up, it's a fresh launch. It's not these guys. All these characters are deleted tomorrow. Okay, is there anything exciting I can get off this boss? A belt. If we get a wind tablet, we can get the warrior belt. Let's see wind tablet. Come on, let's see it. I don't think any of these are the wind tablet. Cleric necklace? Yuck. Okay, where even am I? Island 7. We need a gem of invigoration off trash. We don't usually kill trash on 7. We usually just walk past it. I guess, actually, we do kill trash on 7, because there will be trash in the room with the boss that we will have no choice but to kill. So we'll kill some trash on 7. And then the Jenny Warblade is the big drop that we need from 7. There's a Shaman Feigned Death Ring. Whoa. Oh, I forgot to invis. Run away. They might actually chase me up here. Because they're like right there. Oh no. Oh, he figured it out. I don't think I'm going to be able to memorize Feigned Death with this guy hitting me. He's kind of fast. Got it. I don't know why I'm running. It doesn't matter. We'll just wait. Hope they don't nerf Enchanter Charm too much. I don't think people consider it to be that overpowered because of how much of a pain it is. Do you guys think people consider the Enchanter Charm to be overpowered? Have I been enjoying it? Yeah, for the most part. I think there's a few pretty big issues that they need to figure out in the next 8 days. But, yeah, fingers crossed. I don't think Charm is that OP here. It's a lot of work. Yeah, because people charm those bees, right, for like 200 DPS. But then, you know, the bees break and then they go after you and then you're taking 200 DPS. Which is like more than the boss. They nerfed it on live. Yeah, but things aren't supposed to be overpowered on live. On this server, it's kind of whatever. You're supposed to be a little hero, beating things by yourself. What up, Chunk? Normal Enchanter Pet is far more OP than a Charm Pet? I don't think it's even close. People really like that Enchanter Pet. Just because it heals you once every 5 minutes, you guys think it's that good? Regular Enchanter Pet's like 30 DPS on a boss. Charmed Pet's easily over 100. Even 200 in some circumstances. Oh, No, okay, just kidding. I was gonna say no ads, and then we got an ad, right? Because it was coming out of my mouth. Whoops. That's supposed to be dispel. I didn't replace it. Okay. Well, we can't dispel her, so... Actually, we don't want to dispel this boss because the mobs outside will chain rebuff her and heal her. I remember that being a thing. So we'll just light her up. Let's see what she's resistant to. Plague seems good. Fire seems good. She resisted magic. Double diseased. Light up this ad too. He might drop my trash. How many trash mobs do you think we need to kill to get my trash drop? Probably not that many. I think they drop it pretty frequently. What was that? Ooh, I don't like that noise. Ginny's staff? I don't think that's the one. Magician? If you take her exact in the middle of the room, you won't get ads? Crown of Elemental Mastery, also Magician. Can't decide between Paladin, Warrior, SK for D4 rating. They're pretty much equal. No, Paladin's the best, followed by Warrior, followed by Shadow Knight. Depending on what else you use. There's some situations I'd take Warrior over Paladin, but I don't think Shadow Knight's pretty much ever good right now. I mean, it's fine, but it's not as good as the other two. You want Heal Charm a Priest? Exactly. Enchanter pet enjoyers aren't real people. Whoa. Ended up getting into the M&M beta. They've been doing 1K a week. Surprised you haven't. Yeah, I'm in there. I'm into Monsters and Memories for the PvP server, and it's kind of dead in beta, so I haven't had much reason to play it. Charm here works pretty similar to how it works in early TLP. I don't see any substantial differences besides moats letting you charm a higher level ceiling. I don't play the TLP, so I'm not sure what that means. Are you saying it's good, or you were saying it's not OP, right? The 1B is doing bug DPS. Ooh, okay. Okay. Well, that means... because the fairy was doing maybe like 100 DPS last beta. they're nerfing the B. That was a big part of the reason I wanted to do it, honestly. That was a big part of the reason I wanted to do Enchanter, was for OP Sky Charms. So for this boss, she kind of hard to slow. Usually we just spam it like 5 or 6 times. Then once it lands, it's pretty easy. Last time I did this, I had evasive stance, which is very, very good. Without evasive stance, this was the only fight in the game where evasive stance is actually better than defensive stance. So we should be okay though, as long as I land the slow. We should be just fine. And if I don't land the slow, we'll probably still be just fine. It's only D0 after all. I don't know if it matters to have Odium on the bar. It's never gonna land. I'm thinking we put in another low level. Yeah, we'll put in Chilling Embrace, see if we can poison her. Okay. Here we go. Don't bully my pet like that. Oh, we instantly landed the slow. Okay, easy boss, easy game, easy life. So landed pretty easily. Let's go over to Empower. Okay, Empowered Ignite lands. Empowered Bond of Death should land. Pretty big modifier on that one. Nice. Empowered Assistally. Interrupted. Try again. Resisted. Let's go back to Overchannel. I didn't cast Puma. You get Puma'd. You get the pet Puma'd. Supposed to do that before the fight starts. Okay, we got slugs going. Let's go back to Empower. I still have to look and see which one it is. I'm going to try to do some Empowered Poisons now. Good. Okay, let's get a second one. Let's now go ahead and... I don't even need to cannibalize. She's almost dead. This build's insane, dude. What are we even doing? What are we doing? We're gonna have to do this on D4. Nebulous Diamond for Bard. Nobody plays Bard. Throw it away. Overchannel Mallow, FD reset, overchannel slow. Oh, I wasn't gonna FD. That's too much work. Where's the guy? Do I have to kill him first? Does he despawn if you kill her? There's usually a guy over here. I kind of wanted to kill him too. I need more genie loots. Where is he? No genie this time? Is he a rare spawn? The Hand of Vishan. Next genie is on Horse Isle. Oh, you gotta kill them in order? Okay. I didn't know about all that. Yeah, if we fight her in D4, we might have to do some Feign Death resetting. D0, I don't think she's dangerous enough. Even if I have to spam it like 5 or 6 times to get it to land, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Still think Pally would do better than Warrior? Yeah. Yeah, Smite adds like another 20 DPS on top of what we're currently doing with Warrior. We lose a little DPS because of Cleave and Kick. But Smite more than makes up for it. If I was using a two-hander and we were cleaving with that, that might be a different scenario at that point. Like, it might actually be comparable to the kind of damage you get with Smite. But the fact that you have lay on hands as a thing still for Paladin is just so good. Do we think Empower does anything? No. I was going to say, do we think it does anything for Melosi, but it clearly says damage and healing, so probably not. Oh, this guy's going to melt. I switched to offensive stance. I'm BMing. Okay, let's go back to defense. I'm done BMing. I BM'd a little too much. Ow, dude. Why is he hitting me so hard? Soul Devour. I didn't know he could do that. I'm glad the pet's still having a good time. Man, that guy gave me a little bit of a jolt, dude. I was not expecting him to suddenly be able to just, like, soul devour me 3 times in a row. Warrior's hardest because most dependent on gear, hardest to play as an early character, best once twinked. Yeah, I probably will. Oh. I don't think I need any of these. It'll probably scale the hardest once actually geared. Zweihander is for the Pally two-hander. Warstaff is for Wizard. Mace is for Cleric. Nobody plays any of those classes, dude. Give me a break. We could reroll Pally, it's not too late. I mean, people say Warrior requires more gear, but, like, once you get to 46 and you start doing Plane of Hate, you will get Warrior gear, like, 5 times more often than you will get gear for every other class. So, it's like yes and no. I mean, it does require the gear, but it also just gives you the gear so fast and so easily. Should I get a little more DPS from a Knight one-hander? Yeah, if I was using Aldrin... I'm ready to be done with the Serpent's Tooth. Oh my god, he already pulled. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I knew this would happen. I mean, I didn't, but I do now. I don't need full health for this. Probably. I don't actually have any idea how hard this guy is. I think I fought him like once last beta. He's only level 63, so... Wasn't I like 70? He resists poison. Resists disease also. Let's see if we can take care of that. There we go. Alright. Watch his health plummet. Still resistant plague. Oof. Okay. I guess we really cannot disease this guy. All my buffs are wearing off. I don't think I've had haste or chloroplast on for like 20 minutes. He can't resist Puma. I like Empower. I feel like I've been underutilizing Empower. It's kind of sick. I mean, earlier fights at level 46 were so desperate I probably couldn't have used it, but damn, bro, 1760 damage from one tick of Envenom Bolt. A 3D Battle Axe? Is that the one I need? Did we just get huge? Oh. I still need the emerald from Eye of Vishan, though. Oh, let's go. Golden Greaves, all. Not good. Who uses the standard? Berserker. Okay. Play that sometimes. Do you do enough damage without a Berserker? I feel like any melee combo without it does no comparable damage. I wouldn't say Berserker is needed for melee damage. I think they're all the melee damage classes are pretty good right now. Monk definitely does a lot. Ranger does a lot. Rogue is okay. If I was trying to do melee damage with Warrior, then Berserker would be the best thing to pair it with, but in the higher difficulty content, you're not really using Berserker stance, so Berserker's kind of the weakest melee DPS right now for solo rating. You wouldn't be doing this kind of fight in Berserker stance. Yeah, if I was playing Berserker, we'd be using evasive stance for these two bosses, probably, because they have that crazy melee proc that they do. I hate the stance icons. Misclick is punishing on them. Yeah, I don't know about some of these. I didn't mind the default set. The stances aren't that bad. Like, I feel like you can know pretty immediately what the stances are. The invocations are still taking me a second. Okay, I get it. It's like a triangle through his head. Okay, okay, makes sure. If these were bigger, they'd probably make more sense. I could probably make them a little bigger. There we go. Now if I switch to something that has like 3 more stances, it's going to run off the middle though. Alright, so we cleared all of Sky. We got some progress, I guess. We got the battle axe. I think we can do it again and just go straight to Island 6. Actually, maybe straight to 7. I don't know if I actually need anything from 6. Straight to 7 would be nice. 6 is kind of the... I need the wind tablet for my belts. Do we care? It is a nice belt, but also the game ends tomorrow. I don't know if we care. Wiki thinks that it drops the wind tablet. Oh, did they get rid of the percentages? It just says rare. Circus get Mage Hunter, which has some utility here and there. Yeah, so does Paladin and Shadow Knight, though. I don't like the default, prefer text for sure. Is there an option to textify these? Oh. Okay. I mean, that's a little ugly, but... Current stance and invocation text on top. Current stance and invocation text on bottom. What does that mean? Oh, I see. No, I don't need that. I mean, that works. It's kind of ugly, but it works. If there was a way to change the font for buttons and not for chat, that'd be pretty cool. That'd fix a lot of this. Sleeping on Ranger. I had a lot of fun with Ranger last beta. I almost went Paladin. Enchanter Ranger is my main build. The only reason that I'm preferring Monk is because I think Mend is just crazy strong. The belts lose value when you can upgrade COF to 41% haste. Yeah, I already have pretty good belts. Oh, actually, you know what? Because we're using Burning Affliction, I don't even think the belt is an option. Because we can't put a Bone Clasp Girdle focus in the Warrior belts. So, yeah. Who cares about the belt? I was going to say overall it would be more stats, but honestly, Bone Clasp is pretty good with Strength, Stam, and Dex. But only thing we'd really gain from the Warrior belt, this has HP and mana on it too. That's actually, this belt is really good. The only thing we'd really gain is maybe more AC. Nope, not even AC. It doesn't have that much AC. All right, we don't need the belt. We'll just stick with Cloak of Flames forever. Yeah, it's got more strength and agility. It's got more strength and stam. Then it's got like a little bit of dex and agility. So it's pretty comparable overall. Yeah, we'll stick with Bone Clasp for sure. Then the Sky Belts upgrade to 56%. We're very, very easily haste capped with Shaman. We don't need a good haste item at all to cap out. Cloak of Flames is way more than enough. I don't know if you answered, are you still going with this setup or going to use Enchanter? It depends on what they do before launch. There's talk of some of the big charm targets getting nerfed, which is unlucky. I'm playing Paladin for sure. I'm playing Paladin with either Necro or Enchanter for sure. It's probably going to be Paladin, Shaman, Necro. I was thinking Pal, Monk, Necro, because that'd be pretty similar to what we did first beta. Swap the Enchanter for Necro. Still have the mana battery. Better pet. I just think Necro really comes online with Shaman. I wish the Necro dots on their own were more impressive. I mean, we would get Ignite Blood, we'd get Chilling Embrace, we'd get Envenom Bolts. The only one of these that I wouldn't get is Plague, which is the best one. We wouldn't get Odium, but I don't use it half the time anyways. I don't know. Do we need Shaman? We do. We need it for the slow. That's the thing. That's the thing. If I go like Warrior, Necro, Monk, we won't be able to slow. Yeah, it's probably going to be Warrior, Shaman, Necro. Slight chance that we go Warrior, Shaman, Enchanter. Or not Warrior, Paladin. I'm reading it off my screen. Paladin, Shaman, Necro, or Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter. I think those are my top two right now. Ranger, Bard, Wiz, top combo, kills giants at level 8. You can't even be a Ranger, Bard, Wiz at level 8. You can only be two things. One of the two Bs, one of the Bs does 2.5k DPS. The other one isn't being touched. Should we do a D4 Sky just for fun? Just to see how much Eye of Vishan blasts me? Do you think she's up on the public instance? I bet she is, dude. Let's run over there real quick. Gotta find out how to live without AoE Mez leveling up. The leveling is going to be slower. That's like the biggest thing that's holding me back with this build. It's like, the leveling is going to be slower. It's going to be very single target focused leveling. Oh my god, those guys are hurting D4. I was just about to put Invis on. Oh my god. Might still be okay. I'm like not very buffed right now either. Bro, D4 aggro radiuses are a lot. They are a lot. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to stand back up. I might have to go back to the front of the zone. What class did you just say? Paladin, Shaman, Necro, and what others? Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter. What would be your choice for the quickest leveling builds? Probably Druid, Bard, Wizard. Or maybe Monk, Bard, Wizard. Just run around constantly pulling like 4 to 8 mobs at a time and AoEing them down. Ranger, Shaman, Enchanter. Buddy took out Eye on D4 with it. Was he charming with the Enchanter? There is no way out of this pickle. I think we got to jump off the side of the island and start over with Invis. Yeah, okay. GG. I was playing that exact trio. Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter. Charm is no joke. Doubly so when it's running around with Shaman buffs. Yeah, exactly. Have you tried charming the bees in Sky? If Shaman gets nerfed, what other good slows are there? Enchanter slow is almost as good. Am I on cooldown? I am. Okay, I'm still on cooldown. 30 more seconds. Shaman is 60%, Enchanter's 55%, Beast Lord's 40%, but no one's going to play that. Bard and Rogue are somewhere between 30 and 35. We don't actually know for sure. I don't know if anyone's tested it. I don't think they would nerf just Shaman slow, though. If they're going to nerf slow, they're going to nerf it across the board. Which I do endorse. I hope they do that. I am pro nerfs for slow. It's way too strong. Nerf or spread out. Yeah, I mean they could spread it out. There's already 5 out of 16 classes that can slow. If everybody does it, then, like, I don't know. I feel like they might as well just remove it. I would be fine with that, too. Or just cap every boss at 30% slow. It's probably the simplest solution. All the bosses are up on D4. Nobody wants to smoke. Maybe we should have started on like D2 or 3. We might have bit off more than we could chew here. Everything moves so fast. Look at these guys. Paladin, Cleric, Berserker can easily handle D4. Yeah, Tank, Cleric, anything can do D4. It'll just be slow. You know what would be so sick is if the little teleporter at the beginning, when you click on it, you could choose which island to go to once you have the key. Doubt it, no slow and Zerker is worthless. You could probably do it, it'd just take a long time. Berserker is definitely worthless in that combo, though. You would have to sit in defensive stance. Even with Cleric, you'd have no chance without defensive stance. Okay, I'll be right back. Challenger stance enough to face tank like defensive stance? Yeah, can be. It depends on what your mana situation is overall. Sometimes if you're burning through endurance too quickly, you can use Chandler stance to split the expenditure between your endurance and your mana, and you can gain some endurance back that way. But yeah, I mean you've got to have the mana to sustain it, right? So being a Necro or an Enchanter helps a lot. Bard helps a little bit. In a comp like this, it's pretty rough. I tried using Channelers against Interrupt, and it was definitely a mistake. The mana that I was losing from getting hit was too valuable. I needed it for heals and stuff. I see Channelers most of the time as an option that you would use if you don't have access to defensive stance. Great for dragons. Channelers? Oh, because you're taking both types of damage. Yeah, that's true. It is useful sometimes if you're taking a lot of physical and magic damage at the same time to use channelers. Okay, so I probably want Fane on the bar. I'm trying to think of what's... I don't think Shadow Vortex is going to land. Warrior, Cleric, Magician. Oh my god, what a combo. Okay. Let's go over here. Oh! 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 Whoa! What was that? Chaos Breath? She always do that? Well, at least she's already mellowed now. I decided on a build for launch. I'm going Cleric, Beast, Rogue. Whoa, okay. What made you decide on that? She starts doing that on D2? She gets new abilities on higher difficulties? That's crazy. She doesn't even give you better loot on higher difficulties. What on Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter? Like right now, or you mean like for launch? For launch, I probably will do Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter. I think that's probably the top build right now. takes so long to get back to her. What I wouldn't give for a paladin horse right about now. Oh, it's because I'm in multiplayer? So is the open world gonna be harder than... So this is harder than the solo version. Alright. Well. See if it's even possible. We finally found a reason to chase gear. It was fun to play level to 40 without problems at all. May not be able to do D4. Oh yeah, it'll easily do D1, D2. I mean, it'll do D4 with gear. As long as you have a healer and a slow, you can do D4 with some gear. Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter over Warrior, Shaman, Enchanter? I think so, yeah. I think I would rather go with the Paladin. Public Sky is harder than solo. How do you guys know this stuff? Do they, like, publish the numbers somewhere? I don't have Fate on. That was close. Log parser will show you that open world is harder than solo D4. I mean, I guess if I go do a full D4 open world parse and a full solo D4 parse, but I'm not gonna do that. No one's gonna do that. If you're mounted, he can't knock you back. Whoa. It's really strong. That's harder than Kazakh Thul. For sure. Do I have to roll in there with Channeler on, maybe? We did 144 damage. Through damage shields, I guess. Okay, she did 856 DPS. 3,800 from something called Soul Devour. Is that just a regular auto attack proc? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, she did a lot of those. Like 10 of them in like 5 seconds. That did hurt. 8 hits in 7 seconds. Bro, the physical damage is only like 15% of her damage. We're gonna have to go in with Channeler. I don't have Mage Hunter anymore. We should have brought Paladin. Maybe we'll try D3. Should we try D3? Shaman would still be OP if they remove the dots. I think the dots are a substantial part of the equation. If you remove the dots, then Shaman becomes more of a utility class, and at that point, there's like some legit choice between if you want Shaman, Bard, or Enchanter. I think the dots are what legitimately pushes it like way into the territory of being busted. Removing the dots, though, it's really part of the class's identity. I don't know if you can remove the dots. I mean, you can remove odium or something, but I mean the class literally has a dot class AA. Like that's it's supposed to be part of its identity. So I don't know if that's the way to go. I think nerfing slow across the board would be step 1. Making it so you can't reduce cannibalized damage with stances would be step 2. I don't know what step 3 would be. Anything after that does start to feel kind of brutal for Shaman enjoyers. But it does feel like they got to do something. Evasive is the answer. No evasive on this builds. That is how I did it last beta, though. I definitely think evasive is better than defensive on this fight. I guess I can just buff here and get the cooldown running. A good portion of the suggestions I'm hearing sound more like a bait and switch. They advertise the ability to solo all content. How are people running their own instances, affecting everyone, calling for nerfs? How are people running their own instances, affecting everyone, calling for nerfs? I'm not sure what you mean. You don't think it's a problem for the game that some classes are like twice as good as other classes? I mean, even in a solo game, you would want there to be different viable options, right? I think that's inherent design flaw no matter how many people are playing or whether or not you have instances. Buff the poopy classes. Nerfs never feel good. They don't have time to do that though. They don't have time to buff other classes up to the point where Shaman is. The game comes out in a week. You're talking about another 2 months of work if that's the route they go. That would also introduce so much power creep that the game, which is already too easy, would become trivial at that point. If every class was as good as Shaman is, then any combo could do D4 with no effort. And then like the whole game would just be like a children's game. I mean, there's got to be some challenge, right? There's got to be some chase. They do, yeah, I think they need to buff Beast Lord still before launch, hopefully a lot. They need to buff Rogue a little bit. They need to buff Shadow Knight a little bit. Specifically Harm Touch, I think. I think they just need to send Harm Touch through the moon, and then Shadow Knight will feel good. I think Druid could still get something. I don't know what. Steal Puma from Shaman and give it to Druid. The main appeal is you have the power fantasy to solo the high-end content. But power fantasy doesn't mean the game's a joke, though. I mean, okay, if we're going to go with the power fantasy argument, then why don't we just give everyone in the game a button that kills the boss in one hit? There you go. It's the ultimate power fantasy. Like, you see how boring that gets? Part of the fun of playing 3 classes is figuring out good combos. And the only reason you have to figure out good combos is if there's content that's hard enough to require a good combo. If you can beat the hardest content with the worst combo, then why would you care about getting a good combo together? Druid needs Breath of Roe at 50. Yeah, just sell Death Touch in the cash shop. That fixes a lot of problems. Okay, was I supposed to go back down to D3? I think I was. I think we're about to die again. We'll try Channelers this time. See if my mana bar explodes faster than my health bar. Do we even go from Melosi? I feel like I don't even have time for Melosi, dude. We might just have to, like, over-channel a slow and then immediately feign. I could Melosi and then feign. I don't think it'll fall off in between. Let's try that. Yo! Okay, I did think the knockback was ranged, if I'm being honest. Also, this stupid pet. I have to tell every individual pet to hold. I thought it was a global command, dude. I don't think you can slow open world D4. You don't think it's even possible, even with RNG? So what are the D4 eyes that have been killed? Were they all solo instances? Stand up your FD. Correct. Yeah, we did not want to stand up. The FD was the intended outcome of the FD. Having had FD'd, the FD was what was supposed to happen. If the worst combo can't complete the max in-game content, then the entire marketing premise is a lie. Well, you can beat the highest content, you just can't beat the highest content on the highest difficulty. I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't have challenging content and also have the worst combo be able to beat the hardest content. Like, by definition, there can't be any challenging content in the game if that's your standard. I'm surprised this is even an argument. I find that, like, totally uninteresting. You guys really want to play a game where like you don't have to try at all to beat the hardest content? Like that appeals to people? Gotta make sure I got enough runway to get knocked back here. It's stuck! Oh god, I didn't really expect that to happen. I'm still getting wrecked. Whoa! Okay. You might have to have evasive stance to solo her. Let's see what happened that time. That time it was only 250 DPS. And it's still all magic. In-game zone, not D4. Yeah, you can already beat the hardest content with crappy combos in D0. That's definitely already a thing. Get your back to the wall, you're giving me anxiety. Well, I needed some room to not get gibbed instantly so I could feign. I didn't expect the slow to land first try. That was crazy. But the game is too easy and too fast to 50 right now. Like the leveling phase. I don't know. It kind of drags, honestly, in the later levels. I think it might be too fast in the early levels. I think the leveling curve is just a little weird. I think the total amount of time to 50 is not bad, but it does feel like you get to like level 35 in a few hours, and then it takes you like another 12 hours to go from 35 to 50, or even like 15 hours. Games these days are just time sinks. Well, they can't get me to sink time into the game unless there's content to beat, right? Like once you beat everything, you get bored and you quit. You don't keep sinking time. The time sink would come in the form of having gear to chase and AAs to grind and things like that. But if you beat all of the hardest stuff with +1 gear and 150 AAs, then you don't grind any of it, right? You just kind of like, oh, okay, I guess we're done. D4I, solo or multiplayer? This is the multiplayer one. Slower next try and you should be good? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, the slow worked. We took 60% less damage. We went from taking 860 DPS to taking 250 DPS. But I mean, even if I spam heal, Can I heal 250 a second? Yeah, I guess I could. In inversion, well, it doesn't really matter in inversion because we still have the cooldown. I could probably pop out a 700 point heal every like 3 seconds. I mean, we could like break even with this. I don't know if I could ever get any actual like offensive abilities off. And eventually, she's just going to rip through my mana because we're sitting in Channeler stance. Yeah, I think we have to have evasive for this. I don't know if it's doable without evasive, honestly. We got to drop Necro for like Ranger or Monk. The streamer told me earlier I was dramatic saying Sky was two hards. Here we are now. Well, this isn't really Sky. This is D4 open world Sky. This is like fake content. This is like I don't even know what this is like an exhibition. Like you don't get anything for this. You're not supposed to be doing this. Sky is easy. I cleared it at 48. Yeah, we just did Ayavishan the way you're supposed to do it, like 30 minutes ago. It wasn't challenging. Looking for a class to go Paladin Enchanter. Any recommendations? You could play just about anything with that combo. Shaman's really good. Monk's really good. Any of the melee DPS, Ranger, Rogue, all of those would work. You could throw another caster in there too. Necro. I did it without evasion. D4 multiplayer. You did this boss D4 open world without evasion? Damn. What was your build? I'm not actually getting blasted too hard with her physical attacks. So, yeah, I don't know. If we were running Paladin or Shadow Knight with Mage Hunter, it's still though. I mean, we're still going to be taking over 200 damage a second, it looks like. Necro does nothing for you. You can't heal fast enough to cast a Necro spell. Well, we wouldn't be able to cast a Magician spell either. Have I been playing EQ since the other days? I've been playing like classic EQ, Project 99 type stuff for a while, but I never played the retail servers past Velius. Not open world, but D4 multiplayer instance soloed, which should be the same thing. Ranger, Shaman, Enchanter. Did you use Charm for it? Aren't D4 solo instances easier than open world? Yeah, they are. Any combo can be D0 was your claim. I don't know about that. I can see what's happening on the screen. This isn't D0 though. This is like literally 20 times harder than D0, what we're doing right now. Not only is it D4, it's D4 open world, and it's a specific boss. It's a specific boss at the end of Sky that's kind of supposed to be ridiculous in this mode. It's supposed to take multiple people. I'm playing groups myself, and we didn't get enough game in time to max level high-end gear. We faced some challenges on the instances we spun up. That said, I've seen streamers pull off pretty decent things with combos that were not idea. The major point being They had to work harder and smarter to achieve their goals. Some of them had to push gear higher, AAs higher, etc. Yeah, if you play like a very off meta build, then you have to grind for sure. I just don't necessarily think that players should be expected to nerf themselves in order to encounter any kind of challenge in a game like this. I think the devs should be able to provide challenge for any type of player. Even if it's just an optional challenge, which to be fair, this fight is, but this is the only one pretty much in the whole game. I've not seen anyone beat D0 Sky without a shaman or an enchanter. Oh, yeah, you could definitely beat D0 without a shaman or enchanter. I mean, any other slow class would do it very easily, and plenty of classes that can't slow could do it with a little bit of trouble. You can beat Eye of Vishan in evasive stance with no slow. It's a little rough, but you can do it. I think Ranger has seriously slept on. Strike through is really good in evasive stance. I'm curious. I've been wanting to look at this actually, because strike through, like, how often do we think bosses are actually parrying? Like, if we look at D4 any, he dodged 8, parried 17, blocked 0. It's pretty low, right? I mean, so strike through, we would have gotten 3 more hits here and 6 more hits here. We would have hit him 9 more times over a 6-minute fight. Isn't that basically nothing? That is interrupt though. To be fair, he's a wizard, so it might be different against like CT, who's an actual tank. What did NE spawn with? He spawned Ranger, which should have some pretty good defensive stats. He spawned Ranger, Wizard, Cleric, I think. So the Ranger should have some decent ability to parry. Yeah, I don't know about strike through, really. Cleric promised heal would carry you here. If you're really only taking 200 DPS, it heals 5k every 18 seconds. Yeah, we'd have to live 18 seconds. I think evasive stance is probably a much better solution than promised renewal. But maybe. Let's see. How long was this? Okay, we survived 30 seconds that time. We could have got a promised renewal off. No matter what they do with 560 classes, it will always be a top and then bottom. Of course. But just because there's going to always be some variance doesn't mean that the variance needs to be so extreme. I think the consensus is pretty strong that there are certain classes that are vastly overpowered. One in particular. Plan of Hate is pissing me off. The whole zone keeps aggroing when I'm trying to fight one thing. Yeah, you have to pull them into a building. If you fight out in the open, the place is impossible. You'll get hella ads, especially in the higher difficulties. Charm, yes, 350 DPS B. Did the B tank at all, or did you tank the entire time? Most content can do 400 DPS, no charm. I so much damage. I did like 200 DPS personally, plus 350 DPS charm B. What kind of see? I don't even know if gear would make a big difference. I was gonna say like, what kind of gear were you using? But all the damage I'm taking is magic. So unless you can like resist Chaos Breath, because you can't resist Soul Devour. Yeah, I mean this is minus 150. You probably can't resist this either. It kills the bee instantly. Had to tank it the whole way. Do you know how much damage per second you were taking? Yeah, I had channelers on. I had channelers on that time. Still getting hit for 360 by Soul Devour every second. Almost every second. Rogue poisons need to be allowed to rank up. Beast needs something to make it stand out. The pet is not the answer. It should be though. I think the identity of Beast Lord should be that it gets the best pet. I think they should just keep cranking that pet. Or something more to the benefit of, like right now with pets, if you play multiple pet classes, you get more gear slots. But it just doesn't really feel like the gear makes that big of a difference. I don't know if maybe if you're throwing like +7, +8 gear in here, then it would start to. But like stamina doesn't even do anything for your pet. Is this window broken in the new UI? Do I not get pet stats anymore? Oh, my pet's not out. Just kidding. That's my fault. Ranger is stuck like Berserker. They need something that allows them to use defensive stance and a bow. People are doing pretty good high DPS clears in the bow stance on Ranger. As long as you have a shaman for that slow, it's possible. Strike through prevents riposte. But strike through just see my first thought when I saw 30% is like, okay, well like 30% of 10 is 3. Like I just don't see that making a big difference in these fights. Yeah, I mean the boss parried me. Interrupt parried me 10 times, so how many of those are usually riposts? $12? Okay. So, yeah, maybe we would have only gotten riposted 9 or 8 times over the course of the fight. Like it's better than nothing. I don't quite get all the hype around it. I think you shouldn't be able to do a D4 without a raid. Soloing D4 is silly, at least a party. I don't think I agree with that. I think there should be solo difficulties and group difficulties. I don't think there should just be one difficulty for both. This is supposed to be a solo friendly game, so I think people should be able to solo D4 with some effort. I don't think it takes enough effort right now. Maybe we need a D5, but yeah, I do think it should be soloable. I don't think it should be free. Right now, it feels like you just put a shaman in your build and D4 is free. So that's the part I don't like. Other classes don't feel that way. Like, that's what I mean. Like, yeah, there's going to be imbalance, but Shaman is the only class where it's like you put that in any build, and now the hardest bosses in the game are free. He died D5 and D6. Problem with multi-pet classes, the extra gear slots is the only way to scale. Yeah, I think we need more ways to scale pets um, tied to playing multiple pet classes together so that that becomes an actual thing. Did I disconnect? Oh. You guys hear me? You can be sim and casual friendly and still guild friendly. Well, that's why you have two different modes, right? That's why you have the solo mode and the group mode. I don't think that's too hard of a problem to solve. And then people who want the group challenge go to the group dungeon. People who want the solo go to the solo dungeon. But if I have to, as a solo player, go to a group instance in order to get a solo challenge, doesn't that seem like a flaw? Doesn't that seem like something's missing? All right, boys. I'm gonna head out. We got one more day tomorrow. I think I might try to do some Berserker stance shenanigans. See if we can do some D4 kills in Berserker stance. I'm thinking Warrior, Berserker, Shaman. So that's what we'll be up to. Maybe we'll do a little more Sky and try to get a better weapon. If I could get Fangle and then do Berserker stance, I think that'd be it. So we'll probably do a little bit of Sky. I'll probably rush to Island 8, Island 7 and 8, and just do that a couple times. And then, yeah, we're going to do some, we're trying to do some goofy clears tomorrow. All right. I think the stream just reset, so I don't know. I don't think I'm going to bother with the raid. But yeah, you guys enjoy the rest of your night. Thanks for the chat. I hope we can all disagree without getting too mad. Appreciate the discussion, and I will catch you guys soon.